Hi everyone, I'm meteorologist Nicole Hartford with this live weather update. Thank you for joining us on our extended coverage on 11 Alive Plus as we track these showers and storms across North Georgia. As we go throughout the next couple hours, our severe weather threat will be on the rise, and the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch that now includes Metro Atlanta. So this extends down from portions of Randolph County in Alabama up to the northeast into Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb, as well as Gwinnett counties, and then many locations down towards the south as well. It is likely that as these storms progress, this tornado watch will also be extended further down towards the southeast out of our area, but to include central Georgia as well. This tornado watch will be in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. So we're going to be on the lookout for some isolated storms that could produce some rotation and possibly isolated brief spin-up tornadoes. Right now, those showers and storms are moving across the state. We started to bring the heavy rainfall into portions of northwest Georgia early this morning. And we're seeing an uptick, at least in the lightning count associated with this, into our far western counties. A lot more lightning extending into portions of Alabama through Cleburne County into Randolph County. But some of that thunder and lightning is also starting to push into portions of Polk as well as Haralson County as well. And a few of those lightning strikes into the northwestern corner of the state. Now, a lot of the heaviest rainfall is along the leading edge of this line of storms. And that's really where we're going to be watching when it comes to the risk for severe weather and when it comes to the risk of rotation. Right now, some of that heavy rainfall extending through portions of Rome, through Floyd County, out towards Bartow County, and then a couple pockets into portions of northwestern Cobb County, as well as southern Cherokee County, and even far northern Fulton County. At this point, not seeing any rainfall within Atlanta city limits, but that rainfall not too far away from its arrival into portions of Metro Atlanta. In this red polygon here, this is where we have our tornado watch that was just issued about 30 minutes ago, and it includes portions of central and southern Alabama as well as western and central Georgia. Here's that main line of storms. This is associated with this front that was stalled across the Midwest the last couple of days. It led to round after round of rainfall and severe weather, which eventually resulted in some flooding there. You can tell just looking at the satellite radar, this is just from the past hour, but these storms are slow moving, which leads to extended periods of rainfall over the same spots, which is why our flood risk is going to be elevated, especially as we get into this afternoon and evening, and the rainfall has been ongoing for quite some time. We are pumping in tropical moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. There's a lot of water in the air to work with that will lead to extended periods of rain over the course of the next 24 to even 36 hours. We do have that low-end risk for severe weather. In addition to looking out for storms that could produce rotation or brief spin-up tornadoes, we also have a level 2 threat when it comes to all types of severe weather. So that level 2 risk extends through Metro Atlanta. Much of far north Georgia has been trimmed from this outlook because the line of storms, the leading edge of it, has already pushed through those locations. As I said before, the leading edge of that line of storms is really what we're watching for, that potential for severe weather and, yes, the risk for tornadoes. When it comes to the threats, exactly what they are, our highest threat is actually going to be for heavy rainfall that could lead to flooding. We do have a low to maybe moderate risk for some strong straight line winds that could potentially be damaging. And then our tornado threat is very low, but those brief spin-ups will be possible, which is why we have that tornado watch in place through this evening. Here's our flood watch. That's what we're most concerned about into this afternoon and evening, and even into the overnight. In fact, this flood watch will be in effect through tomorrow night. While we could still see periods of rainfall into the day on Monday, a lot of that will just be from runoff. As the water runs downstream in these rivers, streams, and creeks, we'll continue to potentially see some flooding risks even tomorrow after rainfall has ended in many locations. It's the typical low-lying spots where you will want to be the most concerned, especially if you are going to be out driving, especially while it's dark. You need to make sure to stay weather aware. And remember, if you see standing water, do not try to drive through it. These showers and storms may end up developing developing in kind of a training nature. They already have been, and that's what we're forecasting they will continue to do throughout the day today and into tomorrow. Training thunderstorms are when the back end of these showers and storms redevelop. It ends up leading to prolonged periods of rainfall in the same spots. This is one of our forecast models that shows rainfall totals, widespread totals. We're talking maybe 2 to 4 inches, but in those localized spots where the training storms develop, we could see rain totals as high as 4, 5, maybe even close to 6 inches, which is why we have that risk for flooding. So here's how it plays out on our forecast track. I mentioned these are slow-moving storms, and that is the truth. These will very slowly sink down towards the southeast. As the day continues, temperatures will start to warm up a little bit further ahead of the rainfall, and that warmth will act as fuel for showers and storms, adding some instability to the atmosphere to really aid in the development of some potentially stronger to even severe storms. Our forecast track pushes those storms into metro Atlanta. Likely within the next hour or two, we'll start to see some of the heavier rainfall, and then periods of rain continue through the afternoon and the evening. So if you do have those outdoor plans, not only do you need to stay weather aware, it is very likely that through metro Atlanta, you'll have to move them indoors at some point this afternoon. The leading edge of those storms will continue to push down towards the southeast as the actual cold front moves into our area. So this is by 1 o'clock in the morning. You can see the leading edge of the storms is starting to exit our area, and by sunrise it's out of the way. But behind the main line, we could continue to pull in some of that tropical moisture, leading to some additional showers and storms throughout the day on Monday. Rain will not be nearly as heavy as temperatures start to fall, and it also likely won't be quite as widespread, but there still could be some isolated rainfall, even at times some heavy rain throughout the day on Monday, especially down towards the south and the east of the Atlanta metro. This is our forecast track by lunchtime on Monday, and then showers finally coming to an end as we go into Monday afternoon. This is our view currently across North Georgia. This is out at Truist Park, where things are certainly looking overcast and perhaps a little bit foggy. The Braves still scheduled to play their game in just a couple of hours. I have a feeling that this game will in some way be impacted by this rainfall. It's just a matter of what the Braves decide to do as the rain begins. Out towards Rome, it has been raining heavily at times there for the past couple of hours. You can see some of that rain falling on our sky cam, and the winds remain a little bit breezy. We'll hang on to breezy winds, even not associated with the thunderstorms, throughout the day today and even into tomorrow. Current temperature in Atlanta is 73 degrees. So despite the cloud cover, we have managed to warm up a little bit throughout the last few hours. And while we may tack on a couple more degrees through metro Atlanta before the rainfall arrives, those spots up towards the northwest are already feeling the cooler air. Rain-cooled air extends through northwest Georgia, where temperatures have fallen down into the 60s, and cooler air is on the way. It has been hot the last couple of days across North Georgia, at least by April standards. And once our cold front moves through tonight and into tomorrow morning, that colder air will sink southward as well. Because of the timing of this, Monday will likely end up being one of those days where it's a little bit warmer in the morning than it is in the afternoon hours. We're talking temperatures in the 60s by about the time of sunrise, and then falling down into the 50s by the afternoon, hanging on to some cooler air through the overnight Monday night and even into the start of the week. In fact, highs will barely make it out of the 50s on Tuesday, with a forecast high of 61 degrees in Atlanta. It will be a pretty short-lived cool down. Our highs are back up into the low 70s by Thursday, but what will stick around is the chillier mornings. Sunday storms still on track for today. We'll be tracking these all day today and even into tonight. We'll have our extended coverage here on 11 Alive Plus, as well as our normal broadcast shows on air on 11 Alive at 6 o'clock and then at 11 o'clock. And as necessary, we will break into any programming if we have to, if warnings are issued. Sunday storms do bring the risk for some severe weather. So through tonight and even into tomorrow morning, you'll need to stay weather aware for that threat of some heavy rain, some gusty winds, maybe even a brief isolated spin-up tornado. The rain clears out slowly throughout the day on Monday. We are back to sunshine by Tuesday, and then temperatures gradually warm up. Take a look at those morning low temperatures, though. I know I am probably not the majority here, but I like the cooler air, and we'll get some refreshing mornings as we get into Tuesday morning and Wednesday morning. A lot of spots by Wednesday will even be waking up in the 30s. We will continue to have extended coverage here on 11 Alive Plus. You can tune in. At this point, we're doing these updates every half hour, so our next one will be at noon today, and we will continue this extended coverage through this afternoon as we track these showers and storms. I'm meteorologist Nicole Hartford. Thanks for joining us on 11 Alive Plus. We have another weather impact alert that remains in effect throughout the day today as we track these strong thunderstorms currently making their way across North Georgia. When it comes to the risks with these, we're mainly looking out for storms that could produce some gusty winds with severe weather threat on the rise throughout the rest of the day today until the sun sets. A brief spin-up tornado is possible, although our tornado threat remains low, and heavy rainfall could potentially lead to flooding, with that flood risk also going up, especially into this afternoon and evening. We do have a tornado watch in effect that includes Metro Atlanta. This includes Fulton County as well as DeKalb County up towards Gwinnett and Cobb, and then down towards the southwest as well, extending into portions of central as well as southern Alabama. This tornado watch remains in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. So we're going to be looking out for some storms that do come with rotation. And as I mentioned, that tornado threat is low, but a brief spin-up tornado certainly can't be ruled out, especially as temperatures start to warm up a little bit more. The main risk is flooding, heavy rainfall associated with these storms that could lead to flooding, especially around those typical low-lying spots, streams, creeks, around rivers. So if you do have plans to be out on the roads today, tonight, even into tomorrow, you just need to be very cautious, and remember, if you see any standing water, do not try to drive through it. This flood watch remains in effect until tomorrow night. So even after the rainfall has come to an end in many locations, we could still be dealing with minor flooding from runoff of those streams and creeks. Right now, this is what our radar looks like. We're starting to see some more lightning as well as the heavier rainfall extend into portions of far west Georgia up into the northwest corner of the state. We've been seeing consistent rainfall there since about 3 or 4 o'clock this morning, and these storms have been slowly making their way down towards the southeast. This is part of the reason why our flood risk is so elevated, and it's because these storms are slow moving, which leads to extended periods of rainfall over the same spots. Right now, the heaviest of the rain extends through portions of Randolph County, where there's pretty frequent lightning associated with it, and then up into portions of Carroll County, as well as Haralson County, and then up towards the east into portions of far western Cobb, as well as western Cherokee, where lightning and thunder are a little bit harder to come by. These storms will continue moving slowly down towards the southeast. It's all associated with this cold front that previously was stalled up to our northwest, leading to round after round of severe weather and heavy rainfall through the Midwest and even portions of the Mid-South. That line of showers and storms has started to push down towards the east as the cold front gets a little kick to move down towards the southeast as well. Currently, there's one severe thunderstorm warning for this line of storms into portions of central Alabama, but no other warnings associated with it. So far, we've avoided much when it comes to tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, but like I mentioned, as temperatures continue to warm up, we could see additional severe weather popping up as well. The warmer air kind of acts as fuel for these thunderstorms and makes the atmosphere more unstable and allows for stronger storms to develop. On our satellite radar right now, in the locations where it's raining, there's a pretty dramatic difference in temperatures. The rain-cooled air across northwest Georgia has dropped spots down into the 60s, where the rest of us are mostly in the 70s. Here's our convective outlook, our severe weather threat throughout the day today. A level 2 risk extends through Metro Atlanta. Our 4 northern counties have been excluded from this for the most part as that line of storms continues to push down towards the southeast.
Braves game postponed.
The Braves, Chris Holcomb just told me the Braves game that was scheduled to be played in just an hour and a half has been postponed because of this rainfall. This is one of those things we kind of knew was coming with that risk for the heavier rainfall. It likely will end up being a little bit of a washout across much of Metro Atlanta through the next couple of hours, but anyone who was either going to head out to the Braves game or was already headed to the Battery, that Braves game has been officially postponed due to rain, just so you are aware. Here's our forecast track that shows rain through the next couple of hours. This is by 1 o'clock this evening, so this line has not made a lot of progress down towards the southeast. I told you it is a slow mover, and that will lead to rainfall across Metro Atlanta for hours on end. Really, the focus of a lot of this heavy rainfall into the afternoon and even early evening hours is right up the I-85 corridor where we could see some spots of the heavier rain. Showing up on our forecast track where we have reds and purples, that's where we have that potential for the heavier rainfall and therefore also our severe weather threat. This will slowly make its way down towards the southeast. This is by 10 o'clock this evening. Still seeing some rain through the 85 corridor, although the leading edge of that pushing down towards the southeast. I mentioned that the possibility for severe weather, for stronger storms, is mainly along the leading edge of this line of showers and storms. So yes, we could see some periods of heavy rainfall, maybe even some isolated stronger storms, but it's really the leading edge. So our severe weather threat will start to wind down late tonight and into early tomorrow morning, even if the threat for rainfall persists. This is by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. A lot of the rainfall up towards the northwest of Atlanta has cleared out, but we're still dealing with periods of showers across metro Atlanta and especially down towards the south and the east. These showers will continue to push southeast into the day tomorrow as that cold front makes its way out of our area. In addition to the threat for some rainfall, we also could see a pretty good drop in temperatures associated with this. This has been hot the last couple of days. Temperatures were at record for the highs in Atlanta on Friday, just barely below record yesterday, and cooler air is on its way. So we'll get a nice drop in temperatures. Because of the timing of this, it will end up being one of those days tomorrow where it actually gets cooler throughout the day, not warmer. So we'll start off the day likely in the 60s and then by the afternoon drop down into the 50s. A little bit of a chill in the air all day on Monday, especially when you consider we're not really anticipating much sunshine and there will still be some isolated to even scattered showers around depending on your location. The temperatures stay a little bit cooler as we go into this upcoming week as well. So highs are in the 60s both Tuesday and Wednesday. And look at those low temperatures. We're down to 40 degrees in Atlanta on Wednesday. That means outside of the city, there will be quite a few spots that get down into the 30s. And in far north Georgia, we may even be flirting with the freezing point. So it will start to feel a lot cooler and put us a little closer to where we should be for this time of year. Rain slowly clears out into tomorrow, and then we will begin to see more of the sunshine once again by Tuesday as well as Wednesday. We'll be tracking this line of showers and storms. That weather impact alert remains in effect today as we watch these showers and storms move across North Georgia for that severe weather threat as well as the flood risk. We will have continual updates here on 11 Live Plus as well as on air, and you can tune in for that extended coverage from me as well as Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb and eventually later this afternoon Danielle Moss as we watch these showers and storms move across the state.
And it's right at that bowing out section you were talking about there. Team. We continue with some long-form discussions on these storms that are moving through, and we will continue this with you during the rest of the afternoon hours as we are tracking these storms moving in. The latest that we just got in right now is we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for these areas south and west of Atlanta, down 85 to the south and west of us. This is this brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, and it's part of the system. Meteorologist Nicole Hartford and I were just talking about how at the bottom of this system we're beginning to see this bowing out a little bit, and that is an indicator of a system that will have some strong winds with it and showing signs that is excuse me, that it is intensifying, and that is what we have out there right now. I want to show you the counties that are included here in this latest severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be in effect for Coweta, Fayette, Meriwether, and Troup counties for this storm. Again, we put that back up there so you can see these areas that we're talking about here. And it is a severe thunderstorm warning. So far, it is in effect mainly for the strong winds that we have in association with this system. We don't see any rotation with it, but again, at any time today, we'll be watching, and this especially this leading edge of the showers and storms that are moving through for any rotation that could develop. So this is going to be in effect until 1:15. The main impacts with this is winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. There's a low risk for any hail in association with this. This is mainly because of the strong winds and the really heavy rain that's moving through as well. I'm going to look here at the timeline here and how fast this system is going, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about here. Let me get the speed of this really quick. We're getting this data coming in here. I'm grabbing it on my phone from the National Weather Service chat, and the latest that we have here is that it is now moving to the east at about 35 miles an hour. So I want to put a track on this for you so you can see what we're talking about here. That leading edge moving generally here to the east. And let me change this here really quick. Ignore that timeline there. And we will see this moving to the east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. We'll set that right about there. That would take it into Bohannon Crossroad at 12:35. That would be just in about the next 3 minutes. Moreland at 12:45, Brexton at 12:49, up into Sonoy at about 1:07, and then extending outside of this polygon after that. But again, that is that part that we're watching right there with those stronger storms pushing into through parts of Heard County, about to move into Coweta County right now with those heavier showers that will continue moving on in. Here it is in motion. And you can see here that shower activity pushing over to the east. It's been moving very slowly, but as we get in just a little bit tighter here, let me go ahead and put this into motion for you. As we go in a little bit tighter, you can see how Atlanta doesn't have the rain here in our area yet, but it is getting closer to us. We have that heavier rain in Cobb County, more rain and thunder and lightning intensifying a little bit more right now in Paulding County, some of that extending into Bartow, more of these showers in Carroll County where that is extending a little bit more to those areas down to the south here. And then there again is that severe thunderstorm warning that is now into the western parts of Coweta County, this leading edge here, and there it's bowing out right here from Hogansville in the northern parts of Troup County, that bowing out section where you see part of the storm moving out excuse me, a little bit faster than the others. That's an indicator with some of the strong winds that will continue to move on over to the east. So Coweta County is right here. Noonan is right in here. I'm going to show you the Noonan Tower Cam coming up here in just a second. So you can see the differences of what we're watching here. On the north side, bands of heavy rain, a little more thunder and lightning developing here, but we don't have anything severe out of this on the north side. You can see how that's moving over to the east. The main impacts there, thunder and lightning, heavy rain, and at any time, especially along that leading edge, we could see any stronger storms developing. But again, here to the south, look at that thunder and lightning right here, that bowing out section about to move over Interstate 85. While, excuse me, while we are here, I want to zoom in a little bit tighter, and I just want to check on our velocity mode even though we don't see anything that looks overwhelmingly concerning out there, we just have to keep an eye on this to see if we see any rotation developing. And as of right now, we don't see any of that developing at this hour. It's just those strong winds mainly in association with this system as it continues pushing on through. I'm going to, I want to put up our tower cams here. Let me see if I can get those up. Well, I won't be able to do that right now, but I'll show you a couple of the tower cams that we have. Before I get to that, here's a look at the bigger picture where you can see North Georgia, yes, getting the rain. You're not included in the tornado watch, but we do have a tornado watch from Atlanta southward, and it's this part of the system. We have another severe thunderstorm warning back into Montgomery, Alabama. We think the southern part is going to be the area that is most likely to see some of those stronger storms. On the north side, things are a little more stable as the rain has already moved through many of those areas and kind of stabilized things just a little bit. Here is that tornado watch that we do have in effect, and it covers much of the metro area. You can see right here, Atlanta, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, over into Cobb County and Paulding County. That line down to the south, including these areas. I mentioned DeKalb. We have Fayette County, Clayton County included in that as well. Fayette and Clayton here. Henry County, Rockdale, Newton, also over into Douglas County, Carroll County, on down to the south into Coweta, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning now. Hurd, Troop, Meriwether, Pike County, Lamar County, Upson County, Spalding County also included in this tornado watch that is set to expire at 7 o'clock. Now, I don't think that Metro Atlanta will be in this watch all the way up until 7 o'clock. Now, we're still going to have rain around. It's just this leading edge of this system where we have the better chance for some of those storms to turn severe. It is a slow mover, so it's going to be the next few hours we have to watch this very closely. But I really think that much of Atlanta and the metro area will be taken out of that watch before the 7 o'clock expiration time. You can see the level 2 risk here. The Storm Prediction Center has been constantly refining this level 2 risk a little bit. In fact, they've taken all of northwest Georgia, not only out of the tornado watch, but also out of the risk areas, that even though it's still raining there, we just don't have a severe weather threat in parts of North Georgia anymore. It's that mainly that leading edge where we'll have to watch for that potential for severe weather. The other thing that really I think is going to be the bigger threat is going to be the potential for flooding. We're going to see some good rain coming in here. On average, maybe 1 to 3 inches. There could be some spots that pick up even 4 to 5 inches of rain with this line of showers moving in, and even storms and showers lingering behind that main leading edge for the rest of the day. So we continue with this weather impact alert that is in effect for our area really through the rest of the afternoon hours, and we're going to watch that line as it continues to move on through, and as it does, it's going to give us a lot of rain, and the severe weather threat will hopefully be diminishing as we continue through the rest of the afternoon hours here. Just know we're watching for heavy rain. Strong wind could be damaging at times. That is the main threat down in Coweta County right now with those storms rolling through. Heavy rain and strong winds. We want you to stay alert throughout the day. We're glad you're watching us here on streaming. Be sure to download our app on your phone as well, and put your alerts on so it'll alert you for any severe weather moving in. Also, on your iPhone, the wireless emergency alerts that you find in your settings there, make sure that you have those enabled so that you will get alerts if you are in an area of a warning. That will go out on your phone too. Here's a live look in Rome. We've been keeping an eye on that today. That's where we had the heaviest rain come through earlier, and it's no longer heavy rain in Rome, but the rain is still coming down. It's just the stronger part of the system has moved on through. This is a live look right now at Truist Park. They have postponed the game today between the Braves and the Marlins. They're going to make it up, I think, in August. We have information about that online if you want to find out, if you have tickets, what you're supposed to do with that. But no game at Truist today due to the rain coming in, and we're also watching some of the lightning around too. This is another live view that we have right now. This is at Arizona Avenue, just to the east of the city. We're looking westward toward the downtown and also the midtown area here. Look at these dark clouds as we have the lighter rain coming into Atlanta now, but it is about to get a lot heavier. And we're going to watch the temperatures very closely, because this is going to be a big factor as to whether or not our air becomes a little more stable this afternoon with rain-cooled air, or if we see any afternoon heating, especially in these areas on the east side where the rain hasn't come in yet, that could make that leading edge a little more active here. As with warmer air, we get a little more instability developing. So we have 73 in Atlanta right now. Athens is 75, Covington is 75, Peachtree City is 73. But behind that, up in North Georgia, where we've had more of the rain around, that rain-cooled air has cooled things down somewhat. We're at 64 in Marietta, 61 in Canton, 64 in Gainesville, lower 60s in Rome and Dalton. So that cooler air, that rain-cooled air, stabilizes the atmosphere a little bit and takes away a severe weather threat. So as these showers move into Atlanta, before they get here, if these temperatures rise a little bit more, like over in Covington and Athens, where you're in the mid-70s right now, as that line moves in, it's going to be moving into a little more instability. And with that daytime heating, we could still sustain some of those stronger storms around. But once that moves in, that leading edge, we'll see the temperatures cool off a little bit, and then we hope that our atmosphere is going to stabilize somewhat. So over the next 12 hours, pretty much holding in those lower 70s, maybe some upper 60s coming back in with those showers and storms staying with us through the afternoon. And some of those lingering into the evening too, even though we think this evening the severe weather threat is going to be diminished. But that's not the only threat we're going to be watching. With more rain and other bands of heavy rain coming in, we'll have to keep an eye out for any of that flooding around. So you can see here through the afternoon, this leading edge here pushing over to the east of us, more of these pockets of moderate to heavy rain through the late afternoon hours, also into the evening hours where we see these showers, maybe some thunderstorms developing with that, even though we think the severe weather threat will be going down through the evening hours. But still, those pockets of heavy rain will give us a lot of rain that is just going to be piling up on the areas that have already received rain. So low-lying, flood-prone areas will have the potential for
There's a severe thunderstorm warning, Fulton.
Cobb and Fulton, okay? Nicole just came in to tell me about a new warning, so I'm going to step out here and we'll show you that on the graphics right now, where we have that latest warning that was just issued here, and that's part of that system that you can see there. So this is for South Fulton County, Douglas County, South Cobb County. This part right here is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And Nicole, that was for winds, not was it TOR possible or anything?
No.
Okay. Okay. Sometimes the National Weather Service will issue a severe thunderstorm warning and they'll say TOR possible, meaning that, okay, we see some weak rotation, nothing strong enough for this to be a tornado, and they'll say TOR possible is one of the tags. They are not saying this with these two severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The main thing that we're watching with those right now is the strong wind. Again, for South Cobb County, Douglas County, and Fulton County, western and southern Fulton County. Here's the one down along 85 in Coweta County, moving over the Noonan area right now. Nicole, are you still over there?
Yeah.
When you step over, I couldn't get to my cameras here on Max 5. Will you put, it might be easier in the other room, I'm not sure. If you'll just put Coweta, Noonan, and 58. She's going to put our Noonan camera up in remote 58 so we can get a closer look at that as these showers and storms are moving through Noonan right now. So Douglas County, South Cobb County, also into South Fulton is one warning that we have right now. We also have this other warning on the south side for the stronger storms continuing to push through our area. I'm going to show you here, sorry about that, I'm going to show you here what we're watching with those storms as they continue to move over to the east. I had pointed out here this bowing out section. That's where we have some stronger winds. That's when they issued that first warning. And then we have this part right here, that leading edge with some very strong winds continuing to move through. We're all good with that. Thank you. Continue to move through. I want to show you Coweta County right now on our tower camera on remote 58. And we've got some good rain coming down right now in Coweta County. Heavy rain. The trees are blowing there a little bit. So this is part of that line now in Noonan in Coweta County where the rain is heavier, where we have the stronger winds, and that's where they have issued that severe thunderstorm warning for those spots in Coweta County with that heaviest spot that's moving through right now.
An emergency manager in Coweta County said they currently have a large tree down on a house.
A large tree down on a house right now in Coweta County. That's information coming in from Nicole Hartford, where we're seeing those storms that are strong there on the south side. A large tree on a house in Coweta County. We don't have an exact location on that or anything, but that just goes to show you the strong winds here in association with these storms that are moving on through. So I want to get in tighter to this right now, and I'll break down this warning. We'll query this for you here for the warning. I know I told you the counties, but I want to have it up on the screen as well so you can see for Carroll, Cobb, Douglas, and Fulton. It is really that small part of Carroll, Douglas, a big part of Douglas County, South Fulton County right here, South and West Fulton, and then Southern Cobb County. That is this warning here. That's going to be in effect until 1:15. The one down in Coweta, that includes parts of northern areas of Meriwether County, parts of Troup County, and also into western parts of Fayette County. That one is also going to be in effect until 1:15 this afternoon. On air? I don't think so. I don't think so yet, unless they say tour possible. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay. All right, so those are the areas that we are watching with those severe thunderstorm warnings that continue to move on through. So we're up to 12:45 right now. What we're going to do is we're going to take you back to our maps mode right now, so you can keep an eye on the radar maps, and we're going to transition over to our studio so that we can be prepared to get on the air live if necessary, and we'll continue streaming from our studio coming up in just a little bit. So I'm going to take you to our live mode right now with all of our maps that are on. Keep us here. We'll be on with additional streaming coming up in just a little bit. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team, where we are tracking a line of showers and storms. Some of these are strong, and part of this line has prompted 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that impact multiple counties here on the south side. So let me show you what we're watching right now. Here in Atlanta, we have the leading edge of that rain that is about to move into the city, and this is going to be some really heavy rain here. You can see that line as it pushes in. Right now, that leading edge is in Cobb County, Douglas, into Fulton County, and here in this yellow polygon that you see here is where we have 1 severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, they just issued a new one right now. Let me get into that right now, and you can see here what we're watching. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So we have along this cluster right here, this line coming in. This is where we have severe storms that have been moving through Douglas, South Cobb, and Fulton County, also through Coweta. Now those are extending more to the east. So we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued here. I'm going to put this into live mode, and we're going to kind of query this so that you can see that latest warning that we have right now and the counties that are included in that. These are multiple counties here. In fact, not all of them are probably going to show up here at the top. But for now, let me show you here what we're watching, and let me put this back in so you can see here what we're watching with that severe thunderstorm warning. Clayton, DeKalb, Fulton, and Henry. This is going to be in effect until 1:45 this afternoon. So it is central Fulton County, parts of South Fulton County. Here's DeKalb, northern Henry. We also have Clayton County and parts of Fayette County, the northern parts here of Spalding County, and again, western areas of Henry County. This is the latest severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:45 this afternoon.
Just wanted to make sure you saw that one does have a 12.
Okay, so and Nicole was just filling me in here. This one just came in just a moment ago. You saw it pop up on the screen as we were talking about these. Often when the National Weather Service is issuing severe thunderstorm warnings, they will include a tag called TOR Possible, which means that there is a chance, even though they're not seeing any circulation strong enough for us to issue any tornado warnings, they're saying, though, within this line, it is possible at any time we could get some rotation here developing along with that and the potential for a tornado that could occur. So that's the latest that we're watching right now with this showers, this line of storms that are moving through. They're moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So the strongest part of this right now is located along the line from Sweetwater Creek State Park to near Turn, moving to the east at 35 miles an hour. So I want to go ahead and put a track on this for you right now. This part of the system, really, it's a long part of it. Let's do this entire line right here, and we'll put a track on that as it moves over to the east, again at about 35 miles an hour. And you'll be able to see some of the areas that we're watching here as that line continues to move on over. That would take it into Peachtree City at 104, which would be really in the next few minutes here. College Park at 119, into Atlanta, all right, into the city of Atlanta around 128. So we're at 101 right now. So this leading edge is less than 30 minutes away from the downtown area. Forest Park at 131, Decatur at 147, Belvedere Park at 151, Stone Mountain at 209. That would be outside, getting outside of that polygon. So we'll keep tracking this as it continues moving on over to the east with these strong storms that are moving through here. And they have been moving at a slower pace. Right now, about 35 miles an hour is the pace that these showers and storms are moving in. Coweta County, you can see right here, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is also supposed to expire at 1:15, but really the worst of the storms are already out of your area there in Coweta County. We also have the rest of South Fulton into areas of Douglas County and South Cobb. This continues in a severe thunderstorm warning until 1:15 as well, with that band of heavy rain that's there on the back side here. So that is the main area that we are watching here, coming through the city of Atlanta and to the south and also to the west of us with this main line that's pushing through. Meteorologist Nicole Hartford and I were noticing this bowing out segment just a little while ago, which was an indicator of the strong winds in association with it. And now we're still seeing that bowing out moving into parts of Fayette County. I mentioned that the National Weather Service is also just saying there is the potential at any time that we could see any rotation developing out of this. I want to look. Now, what makes this kind of hard right now is this line is moving in right right over the radar site. So we may not be seeing everything here along with that right here. You've got the little hole right there at the radar site. But as far as this line goes, we're not seeing anything overly concerning right now with any rotation developing. But that could change, of course, at any time as this system continues moving to the east. We're getting some temperatures here ahead of this rain that have been warming up a little bit more, and that's kind of feeding these storms a little bit more here, and we can still see them staying strong as they push through the city of Atlanta and move to the east of us. And then once that all moves away, we should see things calming down a little bit. We're still going to have a lot of rain around, but I really think the main severe weather threat is going to be with this leading edge of those storms that are moving through right now. We have also been watching the lightning count with this coming up a little bit. Earlier, we didn't have a lot of lightning with these storms. Now, we're beginning to see a little bit more, especially with this section up here coming out of Douglas County, moving into Cobb County, pushing into the Fulton County area too. We also told you earlier, let me show you some of our tower cams right now, because we have been watching these storms get a little bit stronger. This is our tower cam right now at Truist Park, where the Braves game today has been postponed. They announced that really within the last hour here of the Braves game being postponed. It was supposed to be starting about now, or around 1:15, 1:05, 1:15 time frame. It has been postponed to another date that is going to be in August, I believe. That's when that game will be made up, when you'll have to make up that game. Here's a look. This is our tower cam from east of the city over Arizona Avenue, looking toward the west, and you see the camera shaking a bit. Here's a look. We've got some of that heavier rain. You can't see the entire skyline here as some of the clouds are lowering a little bit more, and we have the rain that is coming in, about to push into Atlanta. Within the next 20 minutes or so is where you're going to see that harder rain that's going to keep on moving in. I'm going to take you back to remote 58, which is our own tower cam. We had some really heavy rain. This is actually Coweta County. We had some really heavy rain coming through Coweta County just a little bit earlier. And I'm going to change here some of these cameras. So I want to show you the camera at Georgia 400 and Northside Hospital. That will show up here in just a second. Where there you see Georgia 400 at Northside Hospital and 285, the King and Queen building. Rain starting to come down really hard there as well as the rain coming into those areas to the west of us, north and west of us over Truist Park, with some of that heavier rain continuing to push on through. So we're going to be dealing with this for the next few hours, especially watching that leading edge with the strongest of the storms. Know that in North Georgia, we don't have anything severe in North Georgia right now, but we do have a lot of rain here and even some thunder and lightning. These are good downpours here with thunder and lightning, but nothing classified as severe. The severe part is right down here, just through the city of Atlanta and south of the city of Atlanta too. In fact, there's that leading edge right on the west side of the perimeter, all right? This part right here, moving through North Fulton and West Fulton, and then here, you see that white area, that is the west side of the perimeter, that leading edge about to move into the city here, coming in on the west side, and then southwest of the city, you can see that leading edge that continues to move through. What's interesting with this, especially with this on the south side, is where you have an area of no rain, and then in a very short period is very heavy rain. I want to show you this. When you go from green to yellow to orange to red, just in that very thin line, that just goes to show you that you've got some wind with that, and it's not only not raining right now in Forest Park, but then go over to Union City and it is heavy rain. It's not like it starts off light and then gets a little moderate and then gets a little more heavy. It goes from no rain at all to really heavy rain in no time. All right, that's that wall of water that's going to be moving in here along with that system, especially this strongest part right here, which is from Atlanta. Here's I-20, there's the city, I-20, and then you go down 85 here when you get through the perimeter down 85 going down toward Noonan, and around Union City, that's really heavy rain. The airport is about to get rocked with some heavy rain coming into the airport right now. And then all of this is going to be moving into Clayton County, Fayette County, on down to the south here, and then eventually pushing over into Henry County with the band of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. And what we are watching often with these little notches, you see some of these little notches that you see right here along that leading edge. At any time, we could get some rotation developing out of that. And if we see any rotation that gets tighter, then the National Weather Service could potentially issue some severe a tornado warning out of that. But again, we're not seeing anything overly concerning here on that leading edge. I'm just looking, whenever we're doing these long live streams for you, we often are studying this as we're seeing it live, so it's not always pretty TV that we're doing here. You'll see us kind of examining this and analyzing this as we're moving along. So nothing looking too concerning right now. I'm looking over here. We're getting a new update in from the National Weather. Ground stop at the airport. I wanted to show the airport camera I just mentioned here. Danielle Moss is here as well. We're all here making sure that you are aware of what we're watching. So I mentioned that Hartsfield is going to be getting rocked here in just a moment for some reason here. Hang with me, guys. I want to reset this so we can get it's not showing up for some reason here, the airport camera. So I'll be able to get that for you in just a little bit as we have I want to be able to see the airport. But Danielle just told me there is a ground stop at Hartsfield Jackson right now as that really heavy rain is about to move in right now, pushing over the city. They've got a lot of lightning too. Danielle, on your, we have the airport graphic.
Yes.
For some reason, something else is showing Noonan.
Okay.
If you could put remote 32 in that airport graphic, thank you, because I want to be able to show that, and I can't get that live here right now. Danielle's going to fix that for us so we can see it. So again, behind the scenes, what we're watching right now as we are tracking these showers and storms moving through, it is this leading edge that is the strongest part right now. Danielle told me they just issued a ground stop at the airport, which will slow down traffic there, halt traffic, depending on if it's incoming or outgoing flights there, as this big line is about to move in with those very heavy rain, lower visibility, and the strong winds in association with that moving through. Along that leading edge, watching these notches where at any point we could see any rotation developing out of that. I want to look and see if see if anything new coming in. The National Weather Service is saying they haven't issued, we haven't had any tornado warnings here, but what they're most likely going to do is for the afternoon, as we're watching these storms roll through, they're most likely going to be using the TOR possible tag in any new severe thunderstorm warnings that come out, just to show you that at any time it is possible for any of these storms to develop any of that rotation. And you can see those latest scans that are coming in right now where those storms are on the strong side at this hour. I want to show you the other tower cam that we have from our west side, actually the east side, looking westward. And well, you can kind of see, we noticed the lowering of the clouds here. We told you about a moment ago, this camera is shaking and we can't even see the tops of the buildings on the skyline anymore. Normally we would see downtown and midtown over here, and just look at these clouds as they're filling in. And pretty soon, we have a really high tower there, and that's what this camera is on. And in just a few moments when we look at this, we're most likely just going to be seeing gray. We're going to be in the clouds here in this camera in just a little bit, and then we're also going to be in the rain as those clouds continue to move a little bit closer here too. So that is what we're watching. Again, on the north side, this is our tower cam at 285 and Georgia 400, where you can see the King and Queen building. We're about to see some really heavy rain that's going to be moving into there as well. And we're just going to be dealing this for the afternoon hours. The main threats with the severe weather system, or with any potentially severe storms, is going to be the leading edge. Now I want to show you a couple of things here. we have this leading edge that's prompted these warnings. We're going to see these two warnings here disappear in about 3 minutes. In fact, the severe weather threat is pretty much out of Coweta County right now. Those stronger storms are into areas of Fayette County and also into Clayton County. And then we're going to see this warning also disappear at 1:15 when those warnings expire. And then we'll be concentrating on just this warning right here. We'll probably have additional severe thunderstorm warnings as this continues moving on over to the east. Then, now that's the leading edge of this part of the storm. Now here's another leading edge that's just moved through Montgomery, and that is where we have these storms moving through. We'll have to keep an eye on these on the south side. That'll most likely prompt additional severe thunderstorm warnings on that side as well, moving on over to the east. So a lot to watch here for the rest of the afternoon hours. Now, on the north side, I'm not as concerned about severe storms for you. You're just going to be still getting some good rain coming through, but the severe weather threat is going to be a lot lower for your area as those storms move through. The air is already pretty much, atmosphere is pretty much already worked over. A little more stable air now on the north side with temperatures that have fallen into the 60s. I think it's remote 32 if that's even up there, Danielle, and if not, I'm not sure. I don't know why the wrong one is showing up in there. So anyway, in fact, in our control room, can y'all just put up remote 31 for us just so we can get a close look? Wait, remote 32, I believe that is the airport. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's in the wrong thing. Okay, we'll have to work on our router for that as well. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Somehow something has messed up. So thank you guys in the control room for letting me know that too. So that is the warning that we're watching right now. The two on the west side are about to expire at 1:15 here, which is going to be in about a minute. And then we're watching this one right here. That's that main part. And this is a large warning, including numerous counties there with these stronger storms that continue to push on through. And that's that leading edge. And as I mentioned, when you go from green to yellow to orange to red in a short period, that's indicating very heavy rain that goes from no rain at all to really heavy rain in a short period of time. Also, we have the strong winds in association with that too, with that heavy rain coming in, where we have those strong winds that will continue to blow very briskly there, and that's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And again, this has a TOR possible tag on it, indicating that at any time we can see some rotation here developing along that line there with those storms moving over to the east, again moving at about 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to pick out this part right here around Forest Park where we will show you those areas as they continue. In fact, I'll pick out this part right here. Moving, okay, let me reset this really quick, sorry. Moving over to the east at about 35 miles an hour. This part right there at 75 south, just south of Forest Park, moving generally east at about 35 miles an hour. And that would take it into Morrow at 117, North Clayton at 120, Stockbridge at 128, Miller's Mill at 137. All right, you just saw those two warnings just expire here on the west side. So you have been cleared from those warnings on the west side, but the warning still in effect is for central Fulton County, South Fulton County, over into DeKalb County, Henry County, Clayton and Fayette County, on down to the south into parts of the northern areas there below McDonough there, in the northern parts of Spalding County still included in that. So Porterdale at 201. Now, Covington is at 204. That's outside of this warning polygon, but just know if we do see this warning extended more over to the east, we just want you guys over on the east side out I-20 to Covington to know that it would push into your area around around 204 here this afternoon. So that is the main part of that cell that we are watching right now. Let me see if I can get the airport camera up right now. Let me try two things. Okay, great. Okay, cool. So it is in remote 58 right now. I want to show you the airport. And yeah, that visibility is greatly reduced. You're seeing it here, and you're seeing it right here too. Visibility is greatly reduced. Danielle was telling us that they just let us know that there is a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson. This is the heaviest part that's moving through right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. We don't see any activity there on the runways or taxiways right now. So they're going to wait for this heaviest shower, this heaviest band to move through right now at Hartsfield-Jackson, and we'll see those heavier showers with those strong winds that will keep moving in. And here's another view right now at our tower cam at Truist Park, where we have those heavy rain showers moving through. And again, reiterating that the Braves game for today has been postponed. It was supposed to be starting about right now, but it has now been postponed. So the warnings that we have right now, this main one that includes a lot of counties there through the city of Atlanta, and on the south side of the city and over to the east of us, including DeKalb County. I'll go over these counties again. A little small part of Rockdale County here, Henry County, Fayette County, Clayton County, Fayette County. Coweta is no longer in a warning. The far northern part of Spalding County in this severe thunderstorm warning until 1:45. The main things we're watching here is that leading edge of that rain that goes from no rain at all to really heavy rain very quickly. We'll have heavy rain with it, strong winds, and along this leading edge we have to watch for the potential in any of those little notches that you see right here where we can see some rotation developing there, although we have not seen anything as of yet indicating anything that is too alarming out there right now with any of that potential rotation. So what we're looking for here is red and green together just in little small areas. We're not seeing any of that showing up right now. The National Weather Service though did use the tag in this warning saying "tor possible," meaning at any time we could see some rotation beginning to develop there with any storms that could develop a tornado, although that threat remains on the low end. We also still have a tornado watch that is in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. Now, I do not think that this tornado watch is going to have to be in effect until 7. I do think that they will take some of these West Georgia areas out of the tornado watch once that main line moves through our area. I'm going to fix one thing here with this. And we'll go back in a little bit tighter here. There we go. With this tornado watch, again, supposed to be in effect until 7 o'clock tonight, but I really think that Atlanta will be taken out of this watch before we get to the 7 o'clock hour. But it does extend down to the south. You can see the metro area here, but it extends down to the south, all the way down to the Columbus area, including all of our counties on the south side: Upson, Pike, Lamar County, Meriwether, Troup, Heard, Coweta, I mentioned Fayette, Spalding, Butts, that line up to the north, over to Newton County, Rockdale County, and Gwinnett County. Again, supposed to be in effect until 7, but I wouldn't be surprised if this watch does expire a little bit early. And again, we've been watching the convective outlooks as well with the stronger storms here, that level 2 of 5 risk for any of those storms to turn severe. And we've already been dealing with some of those. It's, again, not widespread severe weather and not a tornado outbreak or really a severe weather outbreak. It's just some counties right now on that leading edge where we continue with that severe thunderstorm warning that includes multiple counties. So continuing to watch that as the system moves on over to the east. And again, a level 1 risk over on the east side. But that level 2 risk extends over to Athens on the north side, even though we're not seeing anything severe here on the north side now. And then, of course, extends well down to the south side too with that level 2 of 5 risk, meaning there's a better chance that some of those showers and storms will turn severe as it continues to move to the east. The other thing that really is the bigger threat is the potential for flooding. We have flood watches in effect for North Alabama, back into northern Georgia, flash flood watches that are well out to the west. Look at all that. They've been dealing with numerous flood warnings out along the Mississippi River area for a while with the days and days of rain with this exact same system. So what's different for us with this system is that we were protected by a ridge of high pressure at the end of the week and the beginning of the weekend, and all those storms were over to the west of us, and they just kept moving over the same areas. Now the ridge has broken down, and that is allowing these showers and storms to move into our area, but they're not going to sit on us for days and days. They'll be with us this afternoon, really through tomorrow. Now the storm part won't be with us tomorrow, but some lingering rain showers will before everything starts to move over to the east of us. So we're going to hold on to this flood watch through Monday late afternoon into the evening hours once this rain moves on through. And this really covers all of us, North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, also down to the south side too. So that's why we issued an 11 Alive weather impact alert for today for that potential for storms, as well as those pockets of heavy rain with strong wind with them, and that potential for some flooding in areas. So we're glad you're watching us right now, meaning that you are staying alert. But if you do have to leave us when we're not on here on 11 Alive Plus or on our 24/7 streaming weather channel here, stay alert. Keep our phone app with you, and make sure you have enabled the alerts on the 11 Alive app on your phone. Also, make sure and within your iPhone settings, the wireless emergency alerts, make sure you have those enabled on your phone. And then if you are in an area, if your phone is inside one of those polygons, it will alert your phone and let your phone know that you are in a warning area. So those are the storms that we continue to watch now, moving on over to the east of us. I want to show you the temperatures because this is really important with who could and who may not see severe weather for the rest of the day. We're at 72. We just had a good thunderclap right here over the station with some of that lightning that's moving in. We're 72 right now. The rain just started coming down. When we get our new update, we think that this temperature is going to be cooler here in a bit with rain-cooled air that's over us. So 72 right now, 73 Duluth, 74 in Athens, 75 in Covington. Look at Thomaston, 77 degrees as these storms are about to move in. Where you're seeing the warmer air, that adds to a little more instability as these storms move in, and that kind of helps to feed or fuel these storms to sustain them and to make them strong. So that's why we think over on the east side, with this leading edge moving through, we'll continue to have that potential for storms. But notice the areas that have already had rain. Like, look at this on the north side, 60 degrees in Canton, 63 in Marietta. So in Cobb County right now, it is 63 compared to 72 in Atlanta. That rain-cooled air helping to stabilize the atmosphere a little bit, taking away more of that severe weather threat. So it's mainly these areas here from Atlanta eastward and to the south of us is where we're going to hold on to that severe weather threat here for a little while as that leading edge moves in. And then once this heavy rain pushes in, it will help to stabilize our atmosphere, take away some of those ingredients for severe weather. Then we're going to be dealing with mainly just rain as the system continues to push on through for the rest of the afternoon hours. So here's a look at the forecast track of what we're watching here. And again, this model is showing a little different. In fact, let me show you the high resolution rapid refresh and see how that looks. This is a little more indicative of what's happening out there right now, although we already have this leading edge that's over Atlanta. So this model is even a little bit behind here. But you'll see here, as this line moves through, still 3:30 in the afternoon, pockets of moderate to heavy rain over us. Additional feeds of rain coming through at 5 o'clock this afternoon. That all continues to move to the east. And then the severe weather threat will pretty much be over late afternoon into the evening. But we're still going to have these pockets of heavy rain pushing through, and that will just lead to the potential for any of that flooding around. And then early tomorrow morning, lingering showers that'll be heavier over to the east of us, but things start clearing out here in the metro Atlanta area through the morning hours tomorrow as far as the rain is concerned. And it may be kind of slow to leave. We'll still have a couple of lingering showers around through lunchtime or more. And then after that, we're thinking that rain will mainly be confined over to the east side where things will be calming down for us and also cooler. We're talking about high temperatures tomorrow, maybe just in the upper 50s, and then 60s going into Tuesday and also Wednesday before we warm up a little bit more going into the end of the week. Danielle Moss is closely looking. Danielle, you don't have anything new over there, do you? Everything good right now? She's monitoring here the latest that we have with those storms that are moving through right now. Again, I'm sorry, what?
Take a look over there at East Point. It's just some.
Okay.
There's a little bit of shear over there.
Yes. I'm going to look at a couple of different modes here. Watching,
Forest Park.
yeah, near Forest Park and East Point. I'm going to put our shear markers on here. Okay, so this is our areas that show potential rotation. Again, nothing, this isn't confirmation of any tornadoes there, but along that line is where we have any potential rotation here, getting closer to Riverdale, Forest Park, over toward the East Point area. Again, that system moving over the airport. So a little bit of shear, meaning any rotation could be developing there, but again, we're not seeing anything confined or too tight that would be strong enough where we would need to issue any type of tornado warning. Also want to look at our shear tracks as well. And this kind of shows, yeah, what we've been watching there to the west of us. This goes back in time. So this isn't current, but this is where we were seeing some of those shear tracks earlier over to the west of us. And now we're seeing this of what is left of that pushing in south of the city, where we have some of that stronger activity now there to the south of us. And it's all part of that leading edge right here into Cab right now. It's over on the east side of the perimeter there, moving into these areas of northern Henry County, stretching down closer to McDonough. In fact, I'll be checking in on our, in fact, I'll put that up right now, our camera that we have at the racetrack here, Atlanta Motor Speedway. I'm going to put this on remote 59 and you'll be able to see here. I'll put this up right here, Atlanta Motor Speedway, and you can see the heavy rain right there coming down right now on Atlanta Motor Speedway. So this is Decatur, heavy rain coming in there. This is Atlanta Motor Speedway on the south side at Hampton. That's in the western parts of Henry County, and the heavy rain is already coming down pretty heavily there at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And we're going to see some strong winds there too. And Henry County, this is where we have that latest severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect for about another 17 minutes. It's going to expire at 1:15, all part of this that we're watching right here on the south side, with that heaviest rain now moving through the city of Atlanta, and really heavy rain coming down with some thunder and lightning. This is the leading edge that is prompting the severe thunderstorm warnings. We're also watching this, so that's the leading edge. Also watching this little bit right here. That's what was moving through Union City and Forest Park over near the airport, where we were seeing and detecting a little bit of that rotation there as a possibility. I'm going to look really quick and see if there's anything new from that. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service is going to issue a new warning here, as we're seeing that leading edge getting close to the edge of the polygon. Again, this doesn't expire until 1:45, but this leading edge is getting closer to the edge of that polygon, the warning polygon. It'll be interesting to see if they issue any additional warnings, maybe for the rest of DeKalb, over into Rockdale or Newton, the rest of Henry County, maybe over into Butts County. If any new warnings are issued, it would be for those counties coming up soon. So that's what we're going to be watching over the next couple of minutes here, or next few minutes here, to see if a new warning is going to be issued. We call it downstream, on the next counties in line, potentially for a new severe thunderstorm warning, is what we'll have to keep on watching there. And still inside the city, I also want to take you down here. This is the other area that we're watching, these storms over in Alabama. So again, here we are in Atlanta, go 85 south to LaGrange, down toward Auburn, near Wetumpka and Tuskegee. We have this severe thunderstorm warning here. We have to keep an eye on that, because that would move into LaGrange. So this is the leading edge with this part, but we still have this leading edge back into Alabama. So that still has to move into areas of West Georgia. So this could fire up in the county south of us, like maybe for Troup County, Meriwether County, or Pike, Lamar County, and Upson County, and that would be later on this afternoon. So the leading edge here coming through the city, and then things should be a little calmer for us, but then we still have to watch this on the south side later on into the afternoon hours, as those strong storms continue to push on through for the afternoon. Hearing a lot of thunder and lightning, heavy rain coming down over the city of Atlanta, where we still have that severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect here. And even on the north side, North Fulton County, north central Fulton County, right here, this little part right here, And in North Fulton, very heavy rain coming there. You're hearing thunder, seeing some lightning there too, and then this really heavy rain over the city of Atlanta. Let me also show you, I'm just going to give you a little tour of some of our tower cams. Excuse me, I'm going to put this on. Again, this is our tower cam there at Atlanta. Oh no, this is Hartsfield-Jackson. Okay, so the visibility greatly reduced at Hartsfield. We had the first band move through. It let up a little bit. Now we have the second band of very heavy rain coming through at Hartsfield right now. I also want to show you, you know what, I'll put this on remote 59, where this is what we were watching there at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And I want to put up our Georgia Tech tower cam here. That's going to show up here behind me, and you'll be able to see, okay, you can barely see here the baseball field. This is at Georgia Tech. You can see the lights there at the baseball field. This is looking north, and just look how visibility is reduced. We cannot even see the buildings. Normally we would be able to see Midtown right over here. Can't even see that because of the low visibility from all the heavy rain and those low clouds that are out there right now as well. Let me take you also up to our tower cam at Northside Hospital to see how that looks right now. That's about to change behind me here. Visibility there reduced. There's the King and Queen building. Really hard to see through all of that heavy rain that's coming down. Now, as much as we don't want storms and severe weather or any type of damage, we don't want flooding either, but just imagine how this rain is washing away a lot of the pollen that's out there with those pollen counts again today into the thousands. So at least that is helping to kind of wash away a lot of that pollen. And it's not only going to be this leading edge of showers and storms coming through, but also behind it, we have some good rain coming in too. So this is going to be some good soaking rain, thunder and lightning, of course, with it. But it's that main leading edge that we're watching for that potential that some of those storms will be strong to severe, which again, we have these on the south side turning severe. But now watching this warning that is going to expire at 1:45. So this is that first line I was telling you about that moved through the airport. This is that second line that's moving over Hartsfield right now with all of that heavy rain continuing to push through at this hour. And as that moves through, the temperatures are going to start falling behind it with this rain-cooled air, and our atmosphere should stabilize a little bit more. It's this area to the east of us where we still have the warm air where the rain hasn't come down yet. Temperatures well into the 70s there, but then on the backside it moves down into the 60s thanks to the rain-cooled air. So the severe weather threat should be diminishing somewhat through the rest of the afternoon hours, but we have to get through these afternoon hours first, not only with this, but then also with this part still back in Alabama. This is the leading edge with the southern part of the system. That all still has to move through LaGrange, potentially Coweta, Meriwether, Pike, Lamar, Upson County, Spalding County. So even though this part's clearing the city pretty soon and we should stabilize our atmosphere, we still have to watch all of this on the south side where we have warm air and still a lot of unstable air there on the south side too. Let's check out, Danielle, have you seen anything else that looks concerning with velocity? I'm kind of looking at velocity mode right here.
No.
I'm not really either. Maybe, well, that doesn't look really, this around Stockbridge, just a little bit of the change in the wind direction there, but nothing's really tight, nothing looking too concerning to me. Are you seeing the same thing there?
No, yeah, I'm not seeing anything concerning at all. I've been trying to make sure that there's not any little rotation just in case you get, you know, a brief spin up, but everything has been looking like it's been behaving.
Okay.
But that main leading edge is what I've been kind of watching out in front, headed towards McDonough.
This is a look at the shear in motion here. It was just building there. In fact, let me put this into motion so you can see here those areas that we've been watching just out of the last hour. This will play, I hope, for me here. There we go. So we did see some rotation. It was very broad out to the west of us from Carroll County, northern Coweta through Fulton County. But look how as that moves over to the east right here along 285, 675, and 75. So this is, again, indicators of where we could see rotation developing. And we're watching all of that blue color kind of disappear. We're not seeing it like getting bigger or growing anymore. So that's a good indicator that we're not seeing as much shear with that or any potential for storm rotation. So that's a good sign as that moves to the east. Here we're not seeing quite as much. We'll put this back into live mode right now. And this is really all that's left there in DeKalb County. Now again, we're looking for the blue colors here, and it's weak, any rotation there through DeKalb County. You can see some of that down to the south of us, south of I-20 into parts of Clayton County. Just a little bit of that, what's left of any potential rotation left. So that's a good sign, watching that in motion, that we're not seeing anything really ramping up or anything, even though this line is still moving in to some of that warmer air and a little more stable air over on the east side, with mainly the heavy rain. And still on the north side, you've got thunder and lightning. You have pockets of heavy rain, but just nothing severe there on the north side. And as well on the south side, we have these moving through Spalding, approaching, it's in western Henry now. We showed you there in Hampton of that heavy rain, but now moving through the rest of Henry, northern Spalding still seeing that. Butts County is next, Rockdale County you're next, Newton County is next. And those would be the counties where if we get a new warning, it would be for those counties generally to the east of the city. But then we still have to keep an eye on these storms coming out of Alabama that are going to affect these counties on our south side too. So we still have a ways to go and watching any potential for severe storms that'll be moving through on the south side too. But for Atlanta, everything is moving east, and even though we're going to have rain, thunder, and lightning there on the backside, we still have the potential for the severe weather threat diminishing, but then watching the potential for some of the heavy rain that is going to be moving through. And then we're looking at the potential for a flooding risk possible here, where we do have that flood watch that is going to remain in effect. Take a look here at our European model, showing some of the potential rainfall amounts here. And again, we've already had good rain coming through. This is just any additional rain between now and Monday, as the rain finally moves on out Monday. And again, we're seeing wide ranges within our models. Some models are saying close to 3 inches. This model is saying 1.8 for us, 1.8 in Carrollton, and that's adding on to what we're already seeing out there right now, maybe 2 inches in Marietta. So good rain coming through.
In the last 2 hours.
Over an inch of rain in Carroll County?
In the last 2 hours.
And that's a lot in just a 2-hour period.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some good rain coming through there.
And there's more.
And there's more coming. So that's why we're watching that potential for any flood products to be issued. We, again, already have the flood watch in effect. We don't have any flood warnings. But with some of these rainfall rates and the movement of this storm and the amount of rain that's going to continue to come down, it is possible that we could see some flood warnings issued. So we've got about 5-6 minutes left for this severe thunderstorm warning over the city of Atlanta and those areas on the south side. So just keeping an eye on that to see if they may in fact issue another severe thunderstorm warning for those counties there to the south and also to the east of us. And I'm not seeing, they're not, okay, so apparently they're going to allow this warning to expire at 1:45. Is that what they're saying here? Let's see here. Okay, the other one that expired at 1:15. Okay, so we're waiting for a message from them of whether or not they're going to issue a new warning or let this one expire here on the south side in just a little bit. But still, very heavy rain. And look at this lightning. I'm going to do a lightning count just on, let's see if it's going to let me query these lightning numbers really quick here. Okay, it's not letting me query that right now, but the lightning count is there. It's not crazy lightning, but as you've been hearing, we have thunder. We have some of the flashes of lightning that are out there. And again, even though it doesn't have to be severe to have lightning, you can have thunder and lightning and still not have a severe thunderstorm warning. And even on the north side, where things are a little bit calmer, we still have a good bit of lightning here with those storms. And even on the west side too, even though the air is not as unstable here, we're still dealing with this lightning west of the city and also over into parts of Alabama. So no, we're still going to have some thunderstorms around. Whether or not they're going to be strong enough to be severe, I think that severe threat is going to be coming down for the rest of the afternoon hours as this initial line moves over to the east, but then again still watching that back in Alabama near Auburn, that is still going to be impacting those counties there on the south side for the rest of the afternoon hours. That system moving pretty slowly, and that's why we're going to have a good rain chance that's going to keep pushing through our area for the rest of the afternoon hours here. So the main thing we're waiting on is to see if they issue another warning for those areas to the east of the current warning that's in effect. And I want to show you these temperatures again as this line moves on over to the east. And what we're watching here, Peachtree City has moved down to 65 degrees. Atlanta has moved down to 63. Remember just a few minutes ago, it was 72 degrees in Atlanta. Then the rain came in. Rain-cooled air drops us to 63. Now, that is good news for us because that's going to help to work over our atmosphere. Even though we have more rain coming in and more rain with thunder and lightning here, the severe weather threat is going to be greatly diminished for the rest of the afternoon hours in this cooler sector, like Canton, we're at 60, Marietta 63, Carrollton 60 degrees, Rome 61. So it's just regular rain coming down here. But where we haven't had the rain yet, look at Duluth, you're 75, Covington 75, Athens 75, Thomaston 77, near 80 degrees. That is this part of the storms that still have to move into this warmer and unstable air. That's why we think those storms are going to be holding together pretty well for the rest of the afternoon hours here on the south side until that initial line moves through and that air gets worked over, and things should calm down after that. So that's why we don't think the severe weather threat and the tornado risk is going to hold until 7 o'clock tonight, where this tornado watch is remaining in effect until 7. But I do think that they'll start taking some counties out of that tornado watch as we see things stabilize a little bit more and that severe weather threat going down. So it's just going to be the next few hours. We're watching that leading edge moving east of the city now, and where we have this warmer air on the east side and to the south of us, that is still going to feed those storms coming in from the west, and that clash of the cooler air and the warmer air will help to sustain some of those stronger storms there and hold them together on the south side. And those are the main threats we're going to be watching for that system moving through on the south side. Danielle, we're not really getting any indications from them about a downstream warning, right?
No.
Nothing new?
No, they haven't said anything new. They did issue a special weather statement for the storm that's moving through Henry.
Okay.
I'm getting some notifications now. That's Birmingham. They issued severe thunderstorm warnings back off to the west. I think they probably updated that one that's near Auburn.
Okay.
There's also more than 488 delays at Hartsfield right now.
Wow.
And they are still on that ground stop. In fact, our own Grace King says that they have been rerouted to Raleigh, and they've been told that they're going to be staying there for a while.
Wow. Okay. So, Danielle just mentioned the special weather statement for Butts, Rockdale, Jasper, Spalding, Newton, and Henry County. Since they've issued a statement and not a new warning yet, they're talking about, as this line moves through those counties that I just mentioned, they're issuing a special statement and not a warning quite yet, where they're maybe feeling a little more confident that these storms have weakened somewhat. They're saying mainly 40 to 50 mile an hour winds and also heavy rain with that line of storms pushing over to the east. So that is a good indicator, Danielle. I don't know if you agree there, that they may, since they've issued this special statement, they most likely are leaning against a new warning coming out there over on the east side. So I like that. Again, we've got that warm air to the east, and these could flare up anymore, but at least we're seeing some weakening. And our shear markers in the rotation graphic that I showed you a little while ago was also indicating that any of those areas of potential rotation that was also falling apart too. So this is just kind of confirming that, where again we're going to see this polygon disappear here in probably 15-20 seconds, as this is supposed to expire at 1:45, and they will most likely continue to monitor that leading edge but not issue a new warning there, since they just issued what they call a special statement with winds now at 40 to 50 versus 55 to 65 miles an hour. So the winds have come down below severe limits, but they're issuing a statement here for those counties on the east, indicating that band of heavy rain moving through with that potential for some strong wind there, and then that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning in association with that too. And then after that, we'll be watching this part that is about to move into LaGrange. So they did, yeah, Danielle, looked like they updated that one around Auburn and included here those areas south of Cleburne County. So this is what we'll have to watch to potentially move into Troup County in just a little while, there around LaGrange, where we have this that's going to move in with the potential for severe there. And if that held together, it could move into Meriwether, possibly Pike, Lamar, Upson, maybe into southern Coweta again. So those are the areas that we're going to be watching here next. So as you saw, that polygon did disappear. And Danielle, if I take a break for a moment to go drink some water, you cool to take over for just a bit?
Yes.
Just to keep an eye on those on the south side, and then maybe in a little bit we might go back to our graphics only with radar and then just do some occasional updates. But we wanted just to walk you through and be with you live here on streaming as those warnings were active. Now those warnings have expired. Danielle's going to keep you posted here. Again, watching these showers and storms on the east side with that thunder and lightning and heavy rain, just in case any new warnings are issued there. And then also that one down near LaGrange. So I'll send you over to Danielle right now over the chroma key wall.
Yes, and Chris, just like you were saying, that severe thunderstorm warning has expired now. And in fact, they are saying exactly the same thing. We like to collaborate with the National Weather Service to make sure that we are thinking the same thing that they are, and that we're all on the same agreement, especially when we're talking about severe weather that could have a tornado possible. And one of the things that they said was the southern part of the line currently in Henry County is falling apart. So that's why they issued that special weather statement instead of continuing it with a severe thunderstorm warning. So right now, look at our live radar. In fact, I'm going to zoom out a little bit and reset just a little bit, because some of us are not even seeing any more rain, which is good news. Some of us are getting a little bit of a break, and I'll step back so we can see a little bit better even. In northwest Georgia, that is dry right now, but they've gotten a lot of rainfall. The storms there started this morning around 3 or 4 o'clock. There was several severe thunderstorm warnings in that area, a lot of high wind and heavy rain, but it has since dried. Here in metro Atlanta, we are getting a lot of heavy rainfall, and if we move it up just a little bit, we're starting to see some more rain coming in from the west. And that's what Chris was talking about, watching these storms that are coming in out of Alabama, and they are definitely packing a punch. But, you know, the good news is, even though we are under a tornado watch, we have yet to have a tornado warning issued, which is good. The cloud cover is helping us with all of that. And in fact, as we take a look at the airport, which is definitely seeing some major delays right now because of all of that rainfall, we're starting to see the rain slack up just a little bit. But you can see some of the ponding there on the roadways, and I know this says no delays, but there's more than 400 delays there at the airport right now. So a lot of that heavy rainfall will start to take a break, but we're going to start to see some different cycles of rain throughout the next few hours, because all of the rain that is still off to the west still has to pass through Atlanta. So the severe weather threat might be over for metro Atlanta. If I put this in motion, you can see how much rainfall is coming in behind it, coming through portions of Alabama like Anniston and Gadsden, and there's more rain back even further near Birmingham. So a lot of heavy rainfall still to come, and that's why we are really concerned about that severe weather threat. And you can see exactly when we talk about that leading edge right there as it passes through Peachtree City, that is the part that we have to keep our eye on. At least it is not strong enough for them to say, okay, let's go ahead and issue another severe thunderstorm warning, but it is still very strong. We don't want you to, get too comfortable. Make sure that you are still paying close attention, because if I zoom in on it, that is definitely a very good indication of some very high winds. At the very least, it might not meet the severe weather criteria, but still a lot of winds. In fact, I'm going to put a storm track on it and give you all an idea of when it could be coming into your area. I like to do the storm track so that, people out and about can know what to look forward to and what they might be seeing. In fact, I'll move it on this side so it's a little bit better, so for you all can see. So in Locust Grove, this storm will be arriving at around 1:48, Jenkinsburg around 2:04, Orchard Hill at 2:08, High Point at 2:23 p.m., Jackson at 2:25 p.m., Alcovey Shores at 2:33 p.m., and Blackwell and Monticello around 3. So just for time reference, it's 1:49. So you can see how slow those storms are moving. You're talking about when a storm is going to reach Monticello at 3:11 p.m. That's almost 2 hours from now. So definitely a very slow moving storm, and that's what we have to keep our eye on, that leading edge that could get into some unsettled and unstable atmosphere there, and we could really start to see those winds picking up and that weather really get bad. And that's not what we want to see, but whenever we have daytime storms, that's what can happen, because that daytime heating can definitely fuel those storms. I know Chris is showing you those current temperatures. That's a very important part of all of this, because the warmer it is, the more unstable unstable it can be. In fact, here's a look at some of those current temperatures around Georgia right now. In fact, here in metro Atlanta, it's 63 degrees, 75 in Duluth, and around 77 down in Thomaston. So Thomaston, as some of these storms come in back from Alabama, some of those storms could be stronger there. Duluth still at 75 degrees, but you all are still waiting on that main leading edge to continue to pass through. But you can see how fast those temperatures are dropping. In fact, in Marietta, it's 63 degrees right now. You definitely didn't start out into the low 60s earlier this morning, and that's because of all that rainfall that has just passed through. So a lot of rain coming through, and that's going to be our main thing. Here's something I know a lot of people are concerned about: tornadoes. We had a lot of tornadoes in the last few weeks, even if they were on the smaller end. That's scary for the people that, you know, had to experience that. So I like to look at the tornado environment so we can talk about how unstable the atmosphere might be and what some people might be expecting. Like, will I see a tornado? And that's a good question to ask yourself, especially when you see us on streaming for such a long time and you're thinking, what are the weather impacts that I should be looking forward to? If I put this in motion, what you're looking at, this is not visibility. I know it's confusing. It's gray, but what you're seeing is the gray, and that's good. That's on the low end of tornado environment. If you think back a few weeks ago, whenever we showed this, you could see really bright pinks and oranges. That was very concerning. But when we see this low tornado threat into the gray, and even as I continue to advance it, even later on into the day, we see very little yellow, which is still not that bad, but that does let us know that as these storms continue to push through, they still could get caught up in some of that daytime heating and really produce some strong thunderstorms. So you can see in Canton, Gainesville, Blairsville, definitely a chance to see some very strong thunderstorms. And even through LaGrange, where we're talking about that weather that's coming through Auburn right now, definitely going to be a chance to see some stronger storms. And I wouldn't say, you know, in Cleburne County in Alabama, to let your guard down just yet, because we're not quite done with this threat as it pushes through. But even this evening at 6 p.m., then when the sun goes down, maybe Blairsville and Clayton in the North Georgia mountains, you all could maybe see a strong thunderstorm. But as of right now, we are definitely continuing to see a very low tornado environment, which is great. Let's see if I can, they're sending some notifications with the National Weather Service. I want to make sure that I'm keeping you all up to date. In fact, the northern portion has also fallen below severe criteria. There are interesting features, but we'll keep an eye on that. So that's exactly what I was telling you about, to just make sure about the tornado environment. And there are some new severe thunderstorm warnings that are near Montgomery. And I know that's obviously not in our viewing area, but it's coming this way. So it's still very important for people to watch and pay attention. As we push it through with that tornado environment, it's almost non-existent. Even as that rainfall threat continues through your Monday, that's what we want to see. That's a good indication that the rain and the storms, it's going to be more of a rain event, but that's still scary because we do have that flash flood watch in effect until late tomorrow night. But just make sure that you are weather aware. That's the big piece of that. Here's another look at that radar and what we can expect and what we're seeing right now. Not everyone's seeing rain, but the leading edge of this storm is where we're having our eye on mostly, and back behind it. In fact, I'll pull it up just a little bit so you can see a little bit better. These are the severe thunderstorm warnings that are happening in Auburn right now, and they are headed our way. So if you are in LaGrange, I would definitely make sure that you are, you know, have a fair heads up that some of these winds could definitely be on the stronger side as they push through. But as of right now, all of the severe weather is back to our west. We're getting some more updates here. They could be updating that tornado watch very soon. For portions of eastern Alabama. So they'll probably be adding some more counties into this tornado watch. That's what that tells me right there. And we're getting another report from one of our hand operators. Okay. It looks like he's got some wind damage, and that is in Fulton County. So that's what happens. Some of these storms, we call it recycling, and when we see some of these storms kind of, they get a little bit weak, it's more of a rain event, and then they start to pick up strength as they pull through. They hit some of that unstable air, and then we just start to see them completely take off. And that's why sometimes it's concerning. That's why you always have to pay close attention when we're forecasting, when we're talking about severe weather, to pay very close attention to this leading edge of the storm. So what I'm talking about here, I'll even circle it so that we all can see exactly what we are referring to. right in here, right along this leading edge where you see that white line. That is where the highest of the winds are right now. So it's very important that you make sure that you are weather aware if you are in East Georgia, because this rainfall and that severe weather threat is headed your way. As of right now, that is the only damage that we have been getting a report of, is that there was some kind of house damage in Fulton County, and it's a private house. So, you know, that's really blessing in disguise. No injuries or anything like that, and we're not seeing any trees on any homes or any kind of other injuries, especially as these storms rolled through Alabama, because this storm system came in from the west, and it was definitely a very strong storm system, and it was definitely causing a very big concern for thousands of people. Let's check out the airport once again. Let's see what's happening there, and things are starting to look a little bit better. That's what we want to see there. Starting to see the sun trying to come out just a little bit, but right now you're not seeing those heavy sheets of rain. That's when you start to get a little bit nervous, when you see those heavy sheets of rain. So maybe soon they'll start to lift that ground stop, but you can kind of see that rainfall falling very lightly in the background. So it's not over just yet. The rain is definitely not done at all, because we do have that flash flood watch that's in effect. But as far as the tornado watch is concerned, just in case you're just now joining us, it is 1:56 p.m. So I want to make sure that you all are in the know about what's happening. This is, look at that tornado watch. It is in effect until 7 p.m. So just make sure that you are, you know, paying close attention to the weather. Make sure that you are staying up to date with the latest forecast, because some of these places will be trimmed out of that tornado watch, which is good, because like I said, that main leading edge is where that severe weather threat really is mostly, and then most behind it is that flash flood. So that's why the flash flood watch goes in effect for much later. In fact, let me pull that up so that you all can see that flash flood watch and the latest on that. It goes until Monday evening, and we don't have any flash flood warnings, which is great news. That's when we start to get a little bit more antsy about the flash flooding. But this is just for your flood watch. So this lets you know, okay, what's going on. But back off to the west, you saw all that bright green. In fact, I'm going to go back just a little bit so that we can look at that. That was very interesting. You see that back, this really bright green? This is a flash flood warning. So all of this area from Cincinnati all the way back down into portions of Arkansas as well as Mississippi, that is a flash flood warning. So those people are seeing the rainfall and seeing the flooding themselves. That is a warning to the people in that area. Hey, do not drive about right now because the water is just too much. However, this is a look at that flash flood watch that we have right now. That just lets us know, hey, it could happen. We're getting enough rainfall to potentially see it, but as of right now, it's not strong enough. So I'm going to do a quick little reset for about 2 minutes, and then we are going to hop off and reset and let you all have a break, and we will have a break as well. But I wanted to let you see the radar in its entirety. In fact, this is a look at satellite and radar. So what's coming in behind it? What can we anticipate? What's still happening right now? There's still heavy rainfall that's moving through portions of Alabama and Mississippi. We can see exactly where the severe weather is in Alabama with those very few severe thunderstorm warnings. In fact, I'll take a little bit of a closer look here. It's near Montgomery, and it's getting very close to the state line, but there are just severe thunderstorm warnings. But you can see how strong that little line is as it kind of dances on in. But you can also see it weakening. And when I say I see it weakening, you can see that dark orange, and then it kind of turns into that light orange as it continues to push off to the east. And that's a good sign, because that means that as it approaches Georgia, maybe it will continue weakening. And that's what you have to do when watching these storms. We like to see our weather trends to see exactly what's going on. And this is the look at our Atlanta radar here. And that severe weather threat is really not a major concern. We are going to continue to keep our eye, though, on that leading edge that right now has just passed through McDonough. It's heading through Jackson and on the way to Covington and Madison as well. And as it pushes to the east, still going to make sure that we're watching out for those high winds and the possibility of a brief spin up. But for now, it's just a rain event, but make sure that you are aware. Don't drive through any ponding that's on those roads just in case it's deeper than you assume. But we will continue to monitor these storms, and then we will bring you another update a little bit later on. But for now, I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss, and we will be right back. Here's a look at some of our radars so that you can continue to watch these storms for yourself.
And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We continue our continuing coverage here of streaming these strong storms that are moving through. When Danielle and I are not on with you, actually in person, we keep the radar images up so you can track these storms as they are pushing through our area. When we left you a little while ago, Danielle was talking about the severe storms that were severe over on the east side are a little weaker. They still have some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with them, but they're not as strong as they were. We were also telling you about those storms that were near Auburn, Alabama, and that we would have to keep an eye on those coming out of Alabama into West Georgia for the potential for some additional warnings that could be issued there. And the National Weather Service did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for some of these counties in parts of our area on the south side, and that would mainly be for Harris, Meriwether, and Troup County. So these storms are coming out of Alabama, right around Valley, Alabama. If you travel 85 from, Atlanta, the Noonan area, on into Alabama over toward Auburn, right when you get over the state line, that is Valley, Alabama. That's where we have these stronger storms that are moving through. They're going to be crossing over the state line into this area of Troup County, this part of Meriwether County, and then the northern parts of Harris County. And this is going to be in effect until 3 o'clock this afternoon. We are watching those showers and storms, not only with some strong wind and a lot of lightning with those storms, but we also, from the National Weather Service, have heard there's a little bit of a brief a weak rotation with that we have to keep an eye on. And when they issued this warning, they issued it saying tornado possible, meaning that this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but at any time we could see any rotation with this, even if it's broad now, tighten up and potentially get stronger. And if that happened, then they would issue a tornado warning. But we do not have a tornado warning right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas, on the south side. We have a lot of lightning with this over the Alabama line there around Langdale, and over near Auburn, still very heavy rain and thunder and lightning. All of that is going to keep pushing up toward the north and make it over the state line. In fact, some of this in Troup County is already heavy rain coming in, and then this part right here moving over the state line now, and then the rest of this is going to be moving into northern parts of Harris County, and that may extend into areas of Meriwether County. There you see Greenville and Meriwether County not included in this warning, but it does extend into that very small part of southwestern parts of Meriwether County. So the main threats we're watching here, pockets of heavy rain, a lot of thunder and lightning, but let me take the lightning off so we can get a good look at these storms there. We're not seeing anything overly concerning about any rotation, but it is something that we definitely need to watch. As the Weather Service is saying, at any moment from these storms, we could see a tornado trying to develop here out of that, even though we don't see anything like that right now. And this is what Danielle and I were talking about a little earlier, how even though we have this leading edge of the storms that has already moved through Atlanta, we still have to watch the south side, because on the southern part of this is now the leading edge of these storms that are moving into parts of West Georgia. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this as all of this moves up toward the north and east, again impacting parts of Troup County, Meriwether County. We'll have to keep an eye on Upson County, also Pike, Lamar County, and areas of maybe even up into Spalding County, depending on how this holds together as it moves on over toward the north and also to the east. I'm going to see the speed of these storms. I neglected to look at that just a moment ago and see how fast these storms are moving right now. Again, Weather Service saying the main impacts are going to be the potential for some small hail, wind with that, with wind gusts around 60 plus miles an hour, and again that tornado possible tag there. This is moving to the east at about 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to take the lightning off so we can kind of look at that heavier part of the storm. And we're going to track this for you so you can see these areas right here around Langdale, just as this is crossing over the state line. And this is moving generally to the east at about 35 miles an hour. That would take this storm into Langdale right about now. And now remember, This is Central Time. Langdale is just over the line, so that would be 2:29 our time or 1:29 Alabama time. So that's really in about a minute and a half. It would be bearing down on Langdale and then pushing into Cotton's Crossroads at 2:34 Eastern time, crossing over the state line. Ball's Crossroads at 2:45, Hopewell at 2:50, and then eventually into Stovall around 3:03 with this leading edge right here on the south side continuing to move up toward the north and also to the east. Again, we're right up here. Here's Atlanta way up here, all right? So this is way down to the south as you go down 85. Almost to the Alabama line, or to the Alabama line, and near the LaGrange area is where we're seeing these heavier showers and storms that are moving through right now and continuing to hold together there with mainly the heavy rain, thunder and lightning. We'll watch along that leading edge where we could see any notches there on the radar where we could indicate whether or not we have any type of rotation with that. Let me put velocity up one more time. I just saw one area I want to take a closer look at. Yeah, no, still doesn't really look like anything crazy coming out of that. I want to also show you our shear markers with this. Not really seeing any shear. What we look for here is the blue color. We see a little bit of this north of Lafayette there in Alabama, but nothing as this is coming in. So that's a good sign that we're not seeing any type of shear within that would indicate any rotation developing. So really right now, mainly a severe thunderstorm warning as that system moves on over from Alabama into West Georgia there around LaGrange, and where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now. I want to take you to the metro area because this was the leading edge we were watching earlier that came through Atlanta. We have some really heavy rain, thunder. We did have some thunder and lightning with that. Not as much thunder and lightning right now, but this from areas of Gwinnett County through Walton County here, stretching down into Newton County, getting ready to move into Madison. Not over to Putnam County yet. Lake Oconee is right over here, so it's not over there yet. But this is the leading edge of the showers and storms that did prompt severe thunderstorms for us here as this is moving through Atlanta and east and west of Atlanta. Now that this is over on the east side, it is not quite as strong as it was, but we still have heavy rain, gusty winds with that moving over to the east, but nothing real concerning about that too. But even though that's the leading edge, even back behind this, we still have a good coverage of rain coming down. This is really persistent rain coming through, even moderate to heavy rain coming through at times, and we still have thunder and lightning. You can see some of these lightning strikes there. Some of that back into Cobb County, over into Paulding County, Carroll County, South Fulton, still seeing some lightning strikes. Also down into parts of Heard County, moving into Coweta County. So good rain coming through right now, but the severe weather threat now behind that leading edge is much lower as the air is stabilizing a little bit more with the rain-cooled air coming through. But even with that, our threats aren't over because then we focus on the potential for some flooding or flash flooding to occur because additional rain will continue moving through. We also are watching far north Georgia where, again, we have those pockets of moderate to heavy rain coming through. Still some thunder and lightning over North Georgia too. So this is just a good soaking rain coming down right now. Not any severe weather threats over far north Georgia, over in east Georgia getting closer to Athens. Even though we don't have any imminent severe weather threats with this, the air over in Athens and in Madison still in the 70s, still some unstable air. We can't let our guard down with this leading edge there over to the east of us, but as it continues moving eastward, we'll keep an eye just in case if any additional strong storms develop out of that or any rotation. But now the main focus is with this part coming out of Alabama, and we've got a lot of lightning with that in Langdale moving into LaGrange, and that is where we have this severe thunderstorm warning that is still going to be in effect for a while here until 3 o'clock this afternoon for Harris, northern Harris County, southwestern Meriwether County, and central and southern Troup County, including the LaGrange area with that thunder and lightning, heavy rain, and again the National Weather Service is saying tornado possible, but not confirmed or anything. Not enough to issue a tornado warning with this, but along this line, because of the history of it, at any moment we could see a tornado or some rotation developing out of that. Now this is an interesting little section I was watching a little bit earlier. right here when you look at our reflectivity, south of LaGrange along 85 going toward West Point. Little notches here that we just have to keep an eye on. But when we look at the velocity there in that same area, we don't really see anything too alarming. What we'll watch is to see if we see any type of couplet developing out of this right now, right along 85 between West Point and LaGrange. But the latest scans aren't showing anything right now. But this is just what Danielle and I have to watch as we're on with you live, not only just looking and talking to you, but we're analyzing this data as well as we get new information coming in. And again, we just have to kind of watch these little notches there along that leading edge. And at any time, rotation could develop there. And if it got tight enough or more impressive, or if that couplet tightened up a little bit more, that indicates that rotation is tighter, then we would potentially see a tornado warning issued. We don't see any shear markers really showing up with this right now. Look at the shear tracks out of this. And we had some shear back into Alabama earlier, but nothing crossing over the line into West Georgia right now. So that's a good sign, but that's not to say we could have some of those markers showing up or any of that rotation developing at any time. It is springtime. It is the beginning of April. We have a cold front coming in. The air ahead of it was really warm. We had the record-breaking temperatures on Friday, near record temperatures yesterday. Today, the temperatures have been a little bit lower, which is good for us as these storms come in. They started off in the 70s. Now they're moving down into the 60s, and that is helping, that cooler air is helping to stabilize things a little bit. Now, look at where we're seeing this rain right now as I put the temperatures on here. And you'll be able to see those areas that we're watching of where we have the warmer air. That's where it is a little more unstable. And as these storms move in, you'll be able to see that potential for those storms to feed off of this warmer air. So I'm going to overlay the temperatures on here in just a second. The green color shows the cooler air where temperatures have fallen into the 60s. That's where things are stabilizing a little bit more. Where you see the yellow colors on the south side, that's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning down in LaGrange right now. And for these counties on the south side, it is still warm. So as that main line continues moving over to the east and into that warm air, it could hold together. So here's a look at those temperatures. We'll overlay this. In Atlanta earlier, we were around 73, 74 degrees. It is now 63 here. But look at Duluth, 75. Your temperature is about to fall as we get the new data coming in just a bit, because you've got some good rain coming down there. Look at Athens at 69, Covington 75, Thomaston 77. So it is warmer here, and as that line moves in, it will tap in to some of that warmer air, and that could help to feed or fuel that line of storms pushing through. So that's why we're not as concerned about an additional severe weather threat for Metro Atlanta or North Georgia, or even over in West Georgia near Carroll County. Even though you still have rain, even though you still have some thunder and lightning, it is below severe status because the atmosphere is getting worked over by the rain that has already come through your area, and that rain-cooled air helped to stabilize the atmosphere, and that with these temperatures going down, that really helps. Look at Canton right now, 59, Blairsville, 59 degrees. So yeah, it would be hard for tornadoes or severe weather to develop as these temperatures are cooling off and the air is stabilizing anymore. But again, these storms still have to get through Athens, Covington, Eatonton, and Thomaston, where we see those temperatures that are in the 70s. So this is the segment really that we're watching for the rest of the afternoon hours for that potential severe weather threat continuing through during these afternoon hours. Let me show you a couple of tower cams here. We've been watching these very closely this afternoon to see the differing amounts of rain that have been coming through. This is Hartsfield-Jackson, where we had low visibility a little bit earlier. Danielle, I don't know if you've seen anything new about the ground stop there. I'm not seeing any action. Well, I actually see a couple of, there are a lot of planes lined up on the runways there, and a couple of them are moving. I'm not sure if that ground stop has been lifted yet for Hartsfield-Jackson, but we had really low visibility earlier. And when they issued the ground stop, that is when they had some shear nearby, which is some different wind directions at different levels there of the atmosphere, and of course the heavy rain coming through too. So they had to have a ground stop for a while. Here you can see these planes. They have been lined up there on the taxiways and runways. These are moving somewhat. Okay, there's one right now taking off, so that's a good sign. Another one landing right there. So things are improving at Hartsfield-Jackson. They're still dealing with rain and still dealing with clouds and wet runways, and visibility has reduced a little bit. So we do think that the conditions are improving right now.
Stop is lifted.
There's a lightning strike nearby. They have to hold the passengers on the plane there.
Okay, so Danielle just mentioned there, you may have missed the first part, the ground stop has been lifted, but there is lightning nearby. So oftentimes what they have to do there is they have to hold the passengers on the plane until the lightning clears out. So some people may still be on their planes, and also the ground crews are not able to, you know, if there's lightning around, get the luggage out from under those airplanes to send them to the terminal for you to get your luggage. So there may be some of those type delays there as well. And I'm sure there's a backup of delays from these earlier storms as they move through when we did have the ground stop, and they're probably trying to get caught up. So if you are headed to Hartsfield-Jackson, check your flight on your app, find out ahead whether or not your specific flight is delayed, because there are some delays that are down there right now from the backup from a little bit earlier. And it is just general rain moving through right now, nothing too strong. We have this next batch of rain from Carroll County, where we have heavy rain, thunder, and lightning moving through Heard County around Franklin, Georgia, and then down toward LaGrange. This is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning with those storms now. Still a good bit of lightning with that. And this around Zebulon and Thomaston, just ahead of that main line, just some general showers that are moving through there. Kind of, that's the tail end of this part that's moving through Covington and Walton County right now, getting closer to Lake Oconee, getting closer to Morgan County. That tail end still causing just a few showers there. This may help to stabilize things a little bit for this area of rain that still has to push in from Alabama and into West Georgia. So this rain well ahead of that could help to stabilize that's moving through. That is severe right now around LaGrange, moving into the far southwestern parts of Meriwether County and the northern parts of Harris County there, from between LaGrange and Waverly Hill, where we have that heaviest rain, and there's just a lot of lightning with this too. If you know anybody traveling down 85 from LaGrange over to Langdale, moving across the Alabama line, maybe going over toward Auburn, Alabama, they are in some really heavy rain and a lot of thunder and lightning and strong winds in association with that too. That goes on down 85 to Tuskegee, toward Montgomery. That'll be moving through Eufaula in just a little while with all that heavy rain and all the thunder and lightning. And that's where it seems a little more active right now from the severe thunderstorm warning, and again down 85 to Tuskegee to Montgomery, all that heavy rain and lightning with it. But this isn't really a widespread severe weather outbreak. You have something new?
Tornado watch, and they took Metro Atlanta out.
Okay, good. All right, so let's look at the tornado watch. Thank you for that, Danielle. Okay, that is good. So remember when they issued this tornado watch earlier, and we were telling you it was going to be until 7 o'clock tonight, but we really didn't think Metro Atlanta would be in this watch until 7 o'clock? Well, they have just taken out Fulton County and DeKalb County from the tornado watch. That's because the main threats that we're seeing now have pushed to the east and are down to the south. We're more stable now, so we're not concerned about a tornado here in Atlanta anymore. Even though that threat was on the lower end, it wasn't zero. Now that threat is coming down. So they've taken out many of these counties here in the metro area. DeKalb, Fulton, you're no longer in it. It is, though, still in effect for Rockdale County, Newton County, and Butts County. Henry County, we have Clayton and Fayette, Coweta, and also Heard County. It's also still in Troop, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning right now. Meriwether County is still in it, Spalding, Pike, Lamar, and Upson County. You guys are still in this tornado watch. And again, it is set to expire at 7, but I really think more of these counties are going to be taken out of this tornado watch. Once we get through the rest of the afternoon hours and we see this system moving over to the east, more counties are going to be taken out of that tornado watch. So that's a good sign, Danielle. Thank you for alerting me of that, as that just came in here just a moment ago for those counties. So they took out DeKalb, Cobb, Fulton, Carroll, Douglas, Gwinnett, and Paulding. Multiple counties in the metro area taken out. But you on the south side and over to the east, Rockdale, Newton County, Henry County, Fayette, Clayton, Coweta, on the South Metro counties, you are still included in that tornado watch. And again, set to expire at 7, but I really think a lot of those counties are no longer going to be in that watch anymore, as everything is going to be calming down before we get to the 7 o'clock hour. Plenty of heavy rain still, though, around us, and some thunder and lightning, but this is the main part we're watching in West Georgia and West Central Georgia. This is the severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now, with all that thunder and lightning, and then heavy rain extending up into Heard County, southern Carroll County. But remember, the air there has been a little more stabilized with the cooler air that's moving in from the first round that moved in. Now, that first round did not extend down into LaGrange earlier. So this is really the leading edge that is moving through south of us. So we haven't had as much rain on the south side. So that's why this is still relatively strong there, because it's moving into an environment that's a little more conducive to support some stronger storms. Plenty of lightning between LaGrange and Langdale. I'm seeing a couple of other notches. Let me just check on this with velocity. Still nothing looking too out of the ordinary. We've got just a couple little couplets there with some greens and reds there between 85 near Hillier. That doesn't look that alarming, though. I want to check the shear with that too, just to see. So it looks like a couple of little shear markers showing up along 85 here. This is West Point Lake here. A couple of spots here where we could, now it doesn't mean you're definitely going to see rotation there, but it would be where the atmosphere would be a little more conducive to see any rotation developing. In fact, I want to put this into motion. This goes for the last hour. And what we're seeing is, again, this is a loop showing some of that shear, some of that potential rotation back in Alabama, and again crossing over the state line into Troup County. Seeing a couple of areas there around West Point Lake where Danielle and I are going to keep a close eye in that area along any of those spots there, any of those notches where we could potentially see some rotation that could develop out of that. That looks, you know, right there south of LaGrange, right there at 185, between LaGrange and Pine Mountain. That leading edge is where we have that heaviest rain and some of the strongest winds moving through, and just looking very closely at that to see if any of those notches could develop any type of rotation at any time. And we're just not seeing that right now when we look at the velocity, but the shear markers were kind of showing us the potential that maybe some rotation could develop. So that's why we're hanging with you here on 11 Alive Plus, and we will be ready to break into programming here on 11 Alive if the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning or anything, but we're just not getting any indications of that right now. Let's look at this leading edge that is over to the east of us, from Athens over toward Auburn, Loganville, and Walton County, stretching down. This leading edge moving into Madison there in Morgan County, Oconee County getting in some of that heavy rain. We've got more lightning there east of Loganville, north of Monroe. With that heavy rain, that stretches back into Newton County, northern parts of Butts County, and again, that's pushing over toward Athens, and this leading edge over to, in parts of eastern Georgia, along 85 there, between Athens and Gainesville, Jackson County here, moving up toward Madison County, also Oglethorpe County, watching some of those heavier showers there, but they're not classified as severe. Thunder and lightning with them, pockets of heavy rain, also some wind there with that too, and again, that even though it still has some warm air over there, these storms are weaker now than they were when they came through the Atlanta area. That's the same part of that system that was stronger when it moved through Atlanta, that it prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with numerous counties in those warnings there. But now that's continuing to push off to the east of us. And then just watching this on the south side, it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service is going to hold this warning together as, again, again, I want to show you the expiration time on this severe thunderstorm warning for those spots in Harris, Meriwether, and Troup. At 3 o'clock is when this warning is supposed to expire. If they were going to extend this, it would be for the rest of Meriwether County, maybe into Upson County, possibly into Pike County, if they were to hold that severe thunderstorm warning together. It looks to me like that lightning count has come down a little bit. We had a lot of lightning. Well, they did just issue a new one here. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that they are going to be issuing upstream from that. This is going to be for these areas here, moving into the rest of Meriwether County, parts of Coweta, parts of Fayette, and into parts of Pike. Now, it's only barely touching this little part of Pike County, a little tiny part here of Spalding County, a little tiny part right there of Fayette County. The main areas we're talking about: southern parts of Coweta County, northern parts of central and northern parts of Meriwether County, as this part of this line continues to move on up to the east. And that's more of a northeasterly track here than an easterly track than what we were having just a little bit earlier. I'm going to look at this warning and see if they are still saying in the tag there, tornado possible at any time. We could see some rotation. What we're seeing from the National Weather Service, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Louise to Jones Crossroads, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. The main hazards are 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, a tornado possible here with that, meaning at any time a tornado could develop. So I want to show you the track of this storm. Again, most of these storms earlier were moving over to the east. Now this one is moving more to the north and east, and I'll track it from the LaGrange area right here, moving northeast, and they're now saying 40 miles an hour. So there we are at 40. That would take it into Mountville at 252, St. Mark's at 301, into Alley at 306. So this would be tracking over into areas of northern Meriwether, getting closer to southern Coweta. Luthersville would be around 312. Sonoya, if it holds together, would be around 331. That would be the outer extent of that warning there, but if it went beyond that, it could push up into Fayetteville once we get to around 347. So this is going to be in effect until 3:30 this afternoon, as that area of rain moves up toward the north and east, kind of moving right along Interstate 85 with that strong storm there. And again, watching at any point for any rotation that could develop out of that. And I'm tracking it from that area of that little notch in the radar that I was showing you just a little while ago. If any rotation were to develop, I would think it would be from this area right here, really east of LaGrange. This is what we're watching. Danielle and I are kind of keeping an eye on these notches right here as it's crossed over 85, and then there's this part of 185 here that goes down toward Columbus that we'll watch to see if any of that develops. Now again, this is pretty much moving up and along and maybe just to the east of I-85, so that then takes it into the rest of Meriwether County here and then into southern Coweta County in a little while. So we're watching this, keeping a close eye on it to see if any of those potential areas of rotation
They're just
could get a little
talking about
tighter.
that now.
What are they telling you there?
Watching an area of broad rotation south of LaGrange.
Okay, so that is kind of what I was pointing out with those notches there to see. And again, it's broad though. That's the key word when the Weather Service is telling us that it's broad. It's not a tight rotation. As again, just that it could tighten up. And if it tightens up enough, then we would see a potential tornado warning that would be issued there, and then that would move into Meriwether County, potentially into parts of Coweta County too. So a lot to watch still here this afternoon. Tornado watch remains in effect. Many counties in the metro area have been taken out of that tornado watch, but it is in effect for these counties there on the south side. You can see this tornado watch that, again, Fulton County is no longer in it. DeKalb County is no longer in it. Cobb, Douglas, those metro counties are no longer included in this from Atlanta northward, but to the east of us we still have Rockdale, Newton, Henry, Clayton, Fayette, Coweta, and also Troup County, actually Heard County. That line down to the south, including Butts County, Pike, Lamar, Upson, Meriwether, Troup, Coweta, as we mentioned, Fayette, Spalding. You are still in this tornado watch. It's supposed to expire at 7, but I really think a lot of our counties are going to be taken out of this tornado watch before 7 o'clock. So just because you're seeing it say 7 o'clock now, that doesn't mean that it's definitely going to last that long. It just won't go past 7. We really think that these counties will be taken out of this watch sooner than that, as we expect this line of storms to already be moving out, and even the storms over to the east of us are still holding together near Athens, but at least they're weaker than they were. They're no longer severe. It's just this stuff on the south side that we really need to keep an eye on. Again, those temperatures there south of the city, still warm, still adding enough instability there to the atmosphere where we have these storms that could be strong at times there on the south side. I'll pass it over to Danielle here for a second. Danielle, if you want to take over at the key for just a moment.
Yes.
Again, let us know what you're seeing there as you've been monitoring the National Weather Service chat, but nothing real alarming, but just watching that broad area of rotation there south of LaGrange.
Right, exactly, and that's what I've been keeping my eye on, as well as power outages, Chris, because now we're starting to see more people reporting some damages down and some trees down as well. I would give you a power outage update. In fact, in Fulton County right now, there's about 1,200 customers without power in Fulton County. In Clayton County, there's less than 1,000, but right around 979. Also in Gwinnett County, almost 2,000 customers without power. And those are the largest areas that we're seeing, or the largest clusters, I should say, of people that might be without power right now from that main leading edge of the storm. And that's what we're seeing. We start to see these storms kind of weaken, and then as they hit into that unstable atmosphere, we start to see them regain their strength just a little bit. And as of right now, this storm that is moving in West Georgia, we're starting to see a little bit of rotation in that area. And the National Weather Service, they're keeping their eye on, and I'm also monitoring to make sure that they're not updating anything or thinking about, upgrading it to a tornado warning. But I do want to put another track on it to just keep you all updated on when that main leading edge of this south side on the back side of this storm system will be headed our way, and then it's going a little bit more northeast. So just remember that these numbers are subject to change, and I always like to tell people that the current time is 2:53, and because we are streaming, you have to also allow a little extra grace period because we might be coming in just a little bit delayed, so remember that as well. So Hopewell at 2:59 p.m., Pine Mountain at 3:16 p.m., Greenville at 3:22 p.m., Warm Springs at 3:47 p.m., Griffin at 4:24 p.m. That kind of puts it in perspective. When we talk about how slow these storms are moving, for Griffin to be getting these storms at 4:24 p.m., that's tremendous. That is quite a long time. So before 4:24, all this rainfall has to push through, and then Griffin, you can expect that main leading edge to be on your doorstep. Now, will it be this strong when it arrives? Only time will tell. We haven't seen a severe thunderstorm warning every step of the way with this system, but we have seen them issue some out ahead of the front, like the latest severe thunderstorm warning that we are watching that has that little piece, and I mean, it is a very tiny piece of rotation in it. Let's take a closer look, do a little bit of investigating right now, and it does go until 3:30, the latest one for Coweta, Marietta, Pike, and Troup, and it's only 2:55, so they're going to continue to watch this storm, and they're not really talking about it anymore in the chat, which could be good. That could let us know that they're not panicked about a possible tornado at all, or a radar confirmed tornado, but they are watching that rotation just as Chris and I are as well. In fact, if we check out the shear in this storm, there's very little shear. In fact, it's so little that you can barely see it there on the screen. I'm going to see if I can circle it. Very tiny, and that was probably earlier when that storm first started to progress through, but this is the only little piece of weak rotation that we are seeing right now. Everything else just looks like normal rainfall. Some high winds are definitely expected. That's another reason why I started off reading those power outages, because when we have those winds being so high, you could unfortunately be seeing some trees come down, and that could definitely knock out your power. Earlier we were talking about the airport ground delays and the ground stop there. Definitely still seeing brief periods of heavy downpours, and that lightning is still happening out there. So you want to make sure that you are aware, if you have any flights, to just make sure that you are checking ahead of time to make sure that you are up to date on the latest in that department. Here is a look at the airport as well. Oh, they changed it to, that's actually Georgia Tech, but this is good too, because earlier Chris and I were showing you this Georgia Tech cam in the baseball field, and you could barely even see the baseball field. So that is definitely an improvement as far as what it looks like outside, but we are hearing thunder here in our studios, and even though that main line is not even here, that heavy rainfall is still causing a concern, and that is where our focus will be shifting, right? We were talking about severe weather being involved with this, and we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. But after this severe part, the front leading edge of the storm passes through, this is going to be changing into the possibility of a flood risk. So definitely want to make sure that you are aware that the rain isn't going to stop. There's more rainfall coming behind it, and that flood watch is in effect until tomorrow evening, because we're going to continue to see a lot of heavy downpours in the same area over and over and over again. Right now, though, as far as velocity is concerned, and this one severe thunderstorm warning, if you're curious and you probably live in this area, you're probably like, what's going on in Coweta County, Meriwether as well? Because there's technically 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for Meriwether County as well as Troup County. But right now, it looks like every scan update, that rotation is getting a little bit weaker. I'm not really seeing anything that I would be super concerned with, but that does not mean that those winds are not strong. So I would just treat it as a severe thunderstorm warning. Just move away from those windows. Make sure that you are in a safe place in your home, because if those winds are very high, you could be seeing some trees fall down. You definitely don't want to be near the windows if that happens. As far as rainfall totals are concerned, I think this is very interesting to talk about as well, because like I said, we still have a lot of rainfall to get throughout the rest of this evening, overnight tonight, as well as we head into your Monday morning. And rainfall totals right now, they vary. You can see exactly where that leading edge is. You can see that very light. The green is less than ½ of an inch. But when you get into the blue, that gets more into the inch realm, and then 1.5 inches is in your purple. And back off to the west, they are already seeing more than 3 to 4 inches of rain. Here, if we query some of this, in Metro Atlanta, we've been seeing maybe about in ½ of an inch or 1.5 inches. Let me see, I just saw it a few seconds ago. Our query tool has been acting up there. About ½ of an inch, yep. And then this is all in the last 24 hours. But you can see off to the west, almost 2.5 inches of rain. So definitely seeing a wide variety. Doesn't matter, we're all going to be seeing more rain, so just prepare yourself. I know a lot of people might be going to work. I know a lot of people are out tomorrow for spring break, but some people still have to go to work. That should help with the traffic, but this rainfall tomorrow morning is definitely going to be a little bit concerning. In fact, let's walk you through one of our latest future casts so we can just show you exactly what you can look forward to and what you might be anticipating as you start your Monday morning. This is a look at one of our latest future casts, and I'll put it into motion behind me so that you can see it here. So in the next few hours, you can see, that's what I was talking about. This heavy rainfall just continues to train over the same places. So that's why we have that increased flooding risk. So while the severe weather is going to be off to our east along that main leading edge, and definitely still keeping our eye on when we see these tiny little isolated incidents, that could be a severe thunderstorm warning that could develop. So we have to keep an eye on the severe weather chance. But here in Metro Atlanta, we're going to be keeping our eye on the possibility of flooding. Now this is as we get into the late evening hours and overnight. Still, you can see exactly where that rainfall is landing right in Metro Atlanta, as far as back as LaGrange, and even going up past Athens and towards Gainesville as well. And then as we get into the overnight hours, things start to taper off just a little bit, but then around Monday morning we can see another wave, and I think this is very interesting too. This is one of our latest model runs that I was looking at earlier while Chris was talking to you all. Monday morning at 4 a.m. there's another really heavy band that could happen. Obviously some of our models, they'll continue to update, and we could see they kind of scale back on that, but that could definitely up the flooding risk for tomorrow morning, and it'll be late tomorrow night before we really start to see everything dry out. But make sure that you are aware that flooding is going to be our #1 concern after we get through this severe weather threat in the next few hours. As far as your live radar is concerned, what are we seeing right now?
Expire 3, 4. for Troop, but we still have the one in South Coweta and
Yes.
Meriwether. Yeah,
And that one's for 3:30, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So this is the only one that is left, which is good. They let the first one expire that was supposed to expire at 3 p.m. That lets us know that those ingredients, that small rotation that they were looking at, wasn't holding enough, not even for them to continue the severe thunderstorm warning. They didn't even issue a special weather statement either. So that's good news too. That lets us kind of know that we're all on the same page. I wasn't seeing much rotation there, Chris, but it's definitely got a little bit of rotation, but I think that it's just kind of base level. They did issue a flash flood warning though off to our west for Alabama, portions of Alabama. So I think that's very telling as well. That's one of the things I like about doing the streaming and letting you all see kind of the behind the scenes. We have to do a lot of investigating before the system gets into our area so that we can kind of see what could come of this system. And as of right now, this is our first flash flood warning, flash flood warning that we've been seeing issued close to the state line. And this is in Alabama, so Tallapoosa and Macon counties in Alabama. Now that's a flash flood warning, so we have to, keep up with our weather chat to make sure that we're not seeing those flash flood warnings issued. I'm putting another storm track on this, and I'll let Chris continue to talk. In fact, I'll do it a little bit different this time so that it's a little bit more widespread there. There we go. So I know that's a small area, but still mighty. So this is what we're looking at. Lone Oak at 3:24 p.m. and just for context is 3:02 p.m. Alley at 3:35 p.m. Rocky Mount at 3:46 p.m. Wooster at 3:53 p.m. Harrelson at 4:07 p.m. Digby at 4:23 p.m. and Williamson at 4:40 p.m. This is that main front, that main leading edge, and that where we're seeing that highest winds as well as that very weak potential for rotation in that storm. So just fair heads up, it is a very slow moving storm. I know that you're probably thinking 440 if you're in Williamson. Well, yes, that's how slow this is moving. And with that area being a little bit untapped, some of that severe weather threat could continue on with it. When you're not seeing a lot of rainfall out in front of the system, that means that it's still very warm there. And those temperatures are going to play a large part in what we are seeing. Chris?
All right, Danielle, thanks for that update there as we have that lone severe thunderstorm warning in effect well to the south of the city. I wanted to zoom out a little bit just to give you perspective of where we're talking about. This is Atlanta here. We have areas north of the city where we do have a good coverage of rain. To the east side, a little heavier rain, still with some thunder and lightning near Athens right now, over toward the Rutledge area. Most of the action, though, with any threats for stronger storms at this hour are south of I-20, and it's mainly with this part of the storm that is south of the city here along 85 south as you go down closer to LaGrange, coming out of Troup County into Meriwether County, the southern parts of Coweta, southern parts of Fayette County, far western areas of Spalding, and far northwestern parts of Pike County. That's where we have this latest warning, and this is the polygon that you see right there. It's from those storms coming out of LaGrange. The good news is they allowed the original warning that was over LaGrange and Troup County down into parts of Harris County and into the far western parts of Meriwether County. They did let that one expire at 3 o'clock. And now we have this one that is in effect until 3:30, just as we're watching this part of the storm that is moving more up toward the north and east. So let's take a look at this. What we watch and what Danielle was showing you just a little while ago is this part of the storm right here coming out of Troup, moving into Meriwether, watching any of these little notches right there where we could see any potential rotation developing out of that. When the National Weather Service issued this severe thunderstorm warning, they did use the tag tornado possible, meaning that at any time, even though we don't see a tornado with it, even though we don't see any tight rotation at any time, because of the way our conditions are here, with the front moving in, springtime front, warm air ahead of it, cold, cooler air back behind it. At any time, we could see some rotation develop here. But as Danielle told you, we're not seeing any of the markers right now that look necessarily alarming, not only with our velocity mode, but also with our shear tracker here. A little earlier, there was some shear right at the split. This blue that you see right here, right at the split of 85 and 185 east of LaGrange. That's really all that we've been seeing out there. A little earlier, we had more of that storm rotation marker back into Alabama, but we just kind of keep an eye on this to see. In fact, I'm going to put this into motion for you. And so what happens is, okay, again, we're watching for this blue color, and this is a loop over the past hour, and you're just seeing some of those little markers just kind of showing up here and there where we have any potential for some rotation to develop, but again, it hasn't been tight enough for an actual warning to be issued. So if we were to see this area of rotation or potential rotation grow a little bit more and these colors get brighter instead of dark blue turning light blue or even up to the purple or pink colors, that would indicate some stronger rotation potential there. But so far it's been very weak, nothing even strong enough to issue any type of tornado warnings there. But we as meteorologists want to stay with you. We are analyzing this as each new scan comes in, watching this for you. We are streaming with you because we know if you're watching right now, you're hungry for more information about weather. And then if any of that rotation did get tighter and we did have a tornado warning issued, then we're going to jump on air immediately on 11 Alive. We just don't see any concerns about any type of widespread tornado outbreak or even widespread severe weather outbreak. Yes, we've got a lot of rain, we have a lot of thunder and lightning, but as far as severe weather goes, that so far is confined to the south side. We had severe weather earlier in Atlanta and over in West Georgia, but as that leading edge went through Atlanta, over on the east side, it started weakening a little bit. Still, though, holding together enough as it's moving through Athens, the northern parts of Morgan County there, coming out of Walton County, moving into Oconee County. Really heavy rain, and we have the thunder and lightning, but just not classified as severe. And this will keep moving over to the east. We don't think it'll intensify anymore as it goes to the east. So that's that leading edge there. And then the next leading edge is right here coming out of Alabama into West Georgia. That is what has been holding together so far with strong storms, with the main threats being that heavy rain and also the thunder and lightning with that, and strong winds with it too. And just watching any little areas of rotation that just kind of get our attention there of whether or not they could be tightening up or loosening up a little bit, to see if we could see any tornadoes develop out of that. And we've been saying all along that we didn't think this was a big time threat. It was on the lower end of the scale of any threats out there. And if we do see any rotation develop where we do have to issue or have the National Weather Service issue a tornado warning, I think it would be brief spin-ups. This isn't the type of setup where we think we would have any long track, strong tornadoes. We think there would be some brief spin-ups that could develop there. And again, if it was an actual tornado, it would most likely be a weak one. But again, a weak tornado can still do some damage if it's over your house or in your neighborhood. So those are the main things we're watching with that right now. Let's get tight in closer right now and go to live mode. And there you see from Lone Oak, really Grantville, that you see right up here in the southern parts of Coweta, down toward Lone Oak, because this is 85 right here, going through south of Noonan, here through the northern parts of Meriwether County, and then over into these areas to the east here, where we have this heavier rain moving in to the western parts of Meriwether County right now. Again, that goes over into Heard and Troup County over to the west. That's that leading edge coming in. So Greenville there in Meriwether County along Highway 100, as that goes up toward Lone Oak and Hogansville, that's when you start running into this really heavy rain. And that leading edge still moving closer to the Greenville area. It'll push into Gay, Georgia, over toward Haralson as well. Not Haralson County, but Haralson the city here, south of Highway 16. This is Highway 74 going from Gay to Haralson right here. This is all going to keep moving across with that heavy rain, strong winds, and just watching any of those areas, those little notches like you see right here and leading up to the north right there, along that leading edge, that's where we are watching if any type of rotation develops. Now what we watch here, I keep switching back and forth to the velocity mode. What you look for is the red and green coming together, and I know you see that on the south side. That's just a wind shift line here, but we, Danielle and I, look for specific little areas of that green and red and any tight quadrants there, and watching whether or not that looks like it's growing or weakening, and that's kind of what we keep looking at. And nothing looks too alarming, even though you see some reds and greens right along here. That isn't anything to worry about right now, but if we see these couplets getting a little more intense, that's when we start getting a little more concerned about any potential rotation that could be moving through. And again, this warning is set to expire at 3:30 this afternoon. It's 3:11 right now. So we have about another 19 minutes or so for this warning. And then if that held together, then we would have to watch the rest of Spalding County, Fayette County, Clayton, and Henry County if this particular line holds together. Now, the one thing that I'm thinking, the tail end of this leading edge that came through Atlanta earlier and is over Athens right now, this rain may help to limit the ability for that storm over in West Georgia to grow anymore. That's what I'm hoping is going to happen. But we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case, or if there's going to be enough instability with that storm over into northern Meriwether County, if that's going to be enough to overtake any of that over to the east. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, that's why we're watching this very closely here, as these storms have been strong. And even when the severe weather threat is going to be weakening here, we're going to have more rain come through. That could be heavy at times, still dealing with thunder and lightning with these storms. So the rainfall amounts are going to be very important for us as we see more heavy rain that's going to be moving in. Our Doppler radar can estimate how much rain has fallen. Where you see those purple colors over in West Georgia, it's been raining there longer. So up toward Rome, we're talking about between 1 and 2 inches of rain. Bartow County, about 2 inches of rain estimated here on radar. Parts of areas of Polk County between 1 inch and 2 inches. Now here in Atlanta, let's look at Cobb County, around 1 inch. So the blue colors indicating around 1 inch of rain, the green colors indicating lighter amounts, like a 1/2 inch in Henry County, less than a 1/2 inch down in Henry, 1/4 of an inch up in Hall. But the blue colors indicating where we're seeing a 1/2 inch to 1 inch or more. The purples are generally between 1 and 2 inches of rain, and that's what's already fallen, and we've got more coming in. So that's why we're going to be watching the potential for flooding. That'll be the next real threat. Now, again, we don't think it's widespread flooding, not like some of the major flood events that we've had in the past, nothing like that, but flood-prone areas. If you have an issue in your yard where water collects, that could be happening today. Low-lying areas that collect water, or near creeks and streams, if we see any creeks and streams rising today, that is where we could see some issues with some flooding that could be taking place through the afternoon hours. And this, again, the leading edge, that storm threat is not going to be with us for hours and hours and hours. That's already moved through moving through the Athens area now and well to the east of us. Then we've got to get through this leading edge on the south side. Once all that gets out of here, our main focus is going to be just watching more of the rain moving through, with that potential for some of those areas of flooding that'll move in as well. Yeah, so those are the areas that we're going to be watching very closely as we have additional rain that's going to be coming in from Alabama. And it's going to be a pretty persistent rain, a good soaking rain. We really think that pollen count is going to be much lower here during the day on Monday and on Tuesday compared to what we have been dealing with, because this is a good kind of pollen washout type of day with this persistent rain continuing to move through our area. And again, still some thunder and lightning, even though those storms west of the city here, Douglas County, this is a good little shower coming down. Heavy rain. We've got a good cluster of thunder and lightning with that, but it is still below those severe limits. Now that we're past the top of the hour, we're like 15 minutes past the top of the hour. I want to take a look at these temperatures, because we probably had a good new batch of temperatures coming in at the top of the hour here. And as we were telling you, where you see the green, that is where the temperatures have fallen after the first round of rain, the rain-cooled air that moved through, making those temperatures a little cooler. Where you see the yellows and oranges, that's where we still have some warm air coming through. Now I want to overlay the temperature so you can see how, okay, for some reason Duluth is stuck. I know it's still not 72 in Duluth. You've had some good rain there. It's 63 in Atlanta, 61 in Gainesville. Duluth, that's a false reading. So you're most likely in the 60s there too. Athens was in the 70s earlier. You're now at 64. Covington, you were in the 70s earlier. It is now 64 there as well. Thomaston, you're still in the 70s. So what we've been watching, warmer air at the surface especially, helps to kind of feed these storms and fuel these storms as they move in. And behind the storms, that's where the rain-cooled air has kind of stabilized the atmosphere. So the storms have already moved through Atlanta and Coweta, Metro Atlanta and Noonan, Peachtree City. 63 there, 60 in Carrollton, 62 in Marietta, 59 in Canton, 61 in Gainesville. So the air there is a little more stable. So that's why when we see the thunder and lightning, like I just showed you back in Douglas County, it's a little more stable there now. Yes, we still have thunder and lightning, we still have heavy rain, but we're not concerned about severe storms or tornadoes to develop there because the atmosphere is a little more worked over by this rain-cooled air. It's the areas that have not seen rain yet and the line moving in where we still have that potential for those storms to turn strong. So we still have to keep an eye on Putnam County, Eatonton, over
Chris,
into parts. Yes, go ahead.
They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Harris, Meriwether, and Troup counties.
Okay.
Until 4.
So that is, let's go back down here, like right here, and I'll show you. That's still in that warm sector. So that is with this part. Okay, so that's the southern part of that. So we had one earlier that was up around LaGrange, and that prompted this warning here that is in those areas of central and northern Meriwether, southern parts of Coweta County, moving into a small part of Fayette, small part of western Spalding, small part of northwestern areas of Pike County. Here's a new one that is really more to the south of LaGrange right now, with this part coming out of Auburn. That's going to mainly move into Harris County right here. This is northern Muskogee. That's around Columbus. Harris County is not in our viewing area. That is just to the south of us. But part of this polygon does go up here into the southeastern parts of Troup County and the far southern parts of Meriwether County. Again, because of this part. So, two parts we're watching here. This around LaGrange, this around Auburn. That's all moving this way. All right, you see how both of those are kind of moving into this direction? LaGrange and Auburn moving up this way. So we have this warning until 3:30, and this new one, do you know that expiration time? I'll put it
4
up here.
o'clock. 4
Until
o'clock.
4. Okay. So, and again, they're saying TOR possible, meaning that at any time we could see some rotation developing out of that system here. I'm going to take you to velocity mode. And Danielle, I still don't really see anything
Me either.
too impressive with that. Maybe that little bit right in here possibly. That might have that little bit of rotation here, south of 85 between Auburn and Langdale, south of that. And that would really be more of an impact for folks in Harris County here. Again, that's outside of our viewing area. But we'll watch it as it rolls into the southern parts of Harris County as well as into Troup County. So that is what we're watching with those storms there on the south side that are still strong. And we think that things hopefully will stabilize a little bit more once we get some of this rain-cooled air kind of stabilizing our atmosphere just a little bit more. So Atlanta, we're looking good. Even these storms near Athens, not classified as severe there. Metro Atlanta, north of 85, north of I-20, you're looking good. And even a lot of us here on the south side along I-20, just in south of I-20, we're looking good. It is well to the south, down near LaGrange, down near Meriwether County, south of Coweta, south of Noonan. That's where we're watching these heavier showers that are moving through those areas right now. Speaking of Noonan, I want to take you back to the Noonan tower cam to see how things are looking, because we have some very heavy rain coming through there right now. And I want to look at that Noonan tower cam. I'll pop this up here on remote 58. And all right, we see some good rain in Noonan. Still coming down pretty heavy. The trees aren't blowing that much right now in Noonan, just some good soaking rain in Noonan in the Coweta County area as this rain continues to move on through. I also want to show you this remote here. This is of Truist Park. where we mentioned earlier the Braves game was postponed. They're going to play this game again in August. So go to our website. We have details there about what you need to do if you have the tickets there and how you are able to still see that game. This is our tower cam. This is most likely, okay, this actually looks a little bit better. Earlier, this camera was stuck in the clouds, but we can still see Midtown and the skyscrapers here, the taller buildings. We have rain, we have some wind coming down right now. And I also want to look and see if our airport camera is showing up here. No, okay, I'll put this airport camera back in 58 so we can see what's happening at Hartsfield, where we did have a slowdown a little bit earlier with the traffic there, but you see some planes are moving along there on the taxiways and runways. We had the ground stop earlier. It was lifted, but I know we still have some backups most likely where flights might be delayed because of that ground stop. So definitely check before you go to Hartsfield. Check your flight if you have a flight out or if you're going to pick someone up there, just to make sure that their flights would still be on time, because they may have to adjust some of those times there for arriving passengers and also passengers who are departing as well, leaving Hartsfield-Jackson, getting out of the city and going to other places. So some delays most likely, even though we're not seeing delays showing up.
Right, but it says
flights.
FlightAware says like more than 800.
Yeah. So definitely look ahead, check your app there for your flights before you go down to Hartsfield, because things are obviously delayed in those spots. So still keeping an eye on these showers and storms there on the south side. And I think, Danielle, what we could do right now, we may be able to take a little break. Do you feel comfortable taking a little break and keeping this on our maps so you can keep an eye on those? Danielle and I can kind of regroup a little bit as we watch these storms. We will be ready to jump on air if needed, if any tornado warnings are issued. But again, as of right now, before we do this, I just want to make sure that I don't see anything too concerning. Not really. I mean, there's a little bit of red and green here around Pine Mountain, but it's not really tight. Nothing too alarming there. So we are gonna just take a little break right now, put this into map mode for you, but we are not going anywhere. We're going to keep watching this very closely. We will break into programming if needed here on 11 Alive Plus and on 11 Alive. And even if another new warning is not issued, we will get back to you on streaming coming up in just a little bit, after we just take a moment just to kind of regroup here and reset. So we'll be back with you in a little while here on 11 Alive Plus. In the meantime, you can see our looping radar maps as you want to keep tracking some of these storms that are moving through. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. As we have been doing all day today, we have been streaming our radar maps, and Danielle and Nicole and I have been coming in with extended weather updates here throughout the day as we are tracking these storms that are moving through our area. And so far for the metro area, it is generally rain, thunder, and lightning. Our severe weather threat for Atlanta is much lower right now. We're not really concerned about severe storms that are going to be moving through our area here today. On the south side, though, we're still watching some of these storms that are strong. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and then just south of our viewing area around Columbus, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings and even a tornado warning that we're watching for our viewers down in Upson County to see if that is in fact going to hold together at all for those spots in Upson County. So I'm going to take you first here to our full screen so you can see those areas that we are watching here on the south side where we do have those stronger storms that continue to move on through our area right now, and we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. So in Atlanta, we have the rain, we have the thunder and lightning, but nothing severe here. We've been tracking these storms moving through. Earlier, they were severe in our area. In Atlanta, we had some warnings. West of the city, we had some warnings. Then as it moved off to the east, it weakened a little bit. Now we just still have some of this rain back near the Athens area. And here in Atlanta, we have showers, we have thunder and lightning, but it's not severe. But just to the south of us, we're watching a couple of areas. This one that prompted a severe thunderstorm warning, that was for and is still for these areas here going into Spalding County, southern parts of Fayette County, northern parts of Pike County. It cuts off right at Henry County. We're watching these storms there as they move into Henry County and southern Clayton County. We'll wait and see if the National Weather Service is going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for these areas as that's moving out right now. But this has been having some heavy rain with it, strong winds, and the National Weather Service was issuing this watch saying tornado possible with those storms. But so far, we have seen some broad rotation out of it, but nothing really alarming out of that system at all as it continues moving on over to the east. There are some other storms that we're also watching to the south, and those storms continue to have some rain and thunder and lightning along with them too. And those storms will keep on moving on over to the east here, and those storms could be strong as well. Here is to the south of this. I want to show you where we are also, okay, they just looked like they just updated a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that's the area that I was just talking about right here. I'm going to bring you back over to the weather desk so we can get a closer look at this new warning that was just issued. Let me take you up here first, and you can see that this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that's out of that system that I was just showing you just a moment ago. And this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for these areas here in parts of Spalding County, and I'll move this over so you can see this a little bit better here, for Clayton County, Fayette, Pike, and Spalding. So this is the polygon here going into parts of southern areas of Fayette County, parts of Clayton County here, Spalding County around Griffin, the northern parts here of Meriwether County. This part is where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now. It is 60-mile-an-hour winds moving over to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. The National Weather Service is still using the tornado possible tag out of this, meaning that at any time we could see tornadoes developing or a tornado developing out of this. So far, with all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that they've issued with the TOR possible tag, we've seen just some rotation, but never have we seen any of that rotation get tight enough for a tornado warning, except for this, and this is just outside of our viewing area down to the south here. This is a tornado warning, again, not for us here in Metro Atlanta or in our viewing area. This is just to the south of us. So our viewing area stops here at Meriwether County and Troup County, but it does include Upson. So we're watching this near Columbus, where we do have some potential rotation coming in Muskogee County, in southern Harris County, and into Talbot County. Those are not the counties we're responsible for here in the Atlanta television area. That's why we're not breaking into programming on our televisions here, but we're letting you know, excuse me, letting you know this on streaming because it is just to the south of the counties we're responsible for. If this by any chance holds together moving into Upson County, then we would need to break into programming there in Upson County if a tornado warning was moving into that area. So we'll keep an eye on this to see if it holds together. Anything that has been developing has mainly been brief spin-ups. And so let me take a look. I'm just curious here. I want to see what this looks like. We did get a report here. We monitor here the National Weather Service, and the Muskogee County Emergency Manager is reporting that they were hearing some reports of people saying that they did see a funnel cloud in that area in the rural North County Manchester Expressway near the Harris County line. That would be northern Muskogee County near Harris County. So that would be right around here where there's a potential circulation there. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if it holds together into Talbot County. Again, these are not the counties we're responsible for in Metro Atlanta, our TV area. But just wanted to let you know because Upson County is, and if this holds together moving into Upson County, we would have to break into programming for that. So here is a look at what we're watching. That is well down to the south of us, and I'm going to take the lightning off. There's a lot of lightning here with that cell. In fact, let me see if I can do a query really from I-20 over in Alabama, just to the south of the city, including all of that we see south of the city, and then especially this. This is where the main concentration of all that lightning is coming from. 408 lightning strikes just in the past 15 minutes. And a lot of that is from that, where we see those severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warning that, again, is well down to the south of us. So let me clear this off so you can kind of get a good look at what we're seeing. In relation to Atlanta, and I'll take the lightning off too, in relation to Atlanta, this is way down to the south. So here we are in Atlanta. This is way down around Columbus. If you go down 85 toward Auburn, that would even be taking 85 down, 185 down toward Columbus. That's where we have that tornado warning. Again, our viewers in Upson County and Thomaston, we're keeping an eye on you to see if that holds together into your area. But this really is the only warning that we have on the south side for us, and this is for this strong thunderstorm now, a severe thunderstorm still, with a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to remain in effect for a little while longer. Let me put the query on here again just so we can get that expiration time. This will be in effect until 4:15 for those areas of western Spalding, southeastern Fayette, northeastern Pike, and southern Clayton counties, where we have that severe thunderstorm that is still holding together. The main threats there, those pockets of wind and heavy rain and thunder and lightning, and as the Weather Service is saying, a low risk for an isolated tornado to occur there, as we have been watching a little bit of rotation. So I want you folks in Henry County, for the rest of Spalding County, Butts County, Lamar County here, Pike and Lamar, to keep an eye on this to see if that holds together, to maybe have another severe thunderstorm warning as it moves over to the east. Also keeping an eye on this one where we have that tornado warning in the Columbus area. We'll watch that to see if that holds together, pushing into Upson County in just a little while. This is all part of a dynamic system that has been moving through our area. Let me look at the tornado watch. They just gave us some new information here on that. A couple of other tiers of counties now included in this tornado watch. Now remember, we told you earlier this morning that we had this tornado watch until 7 o'clock this evening for much of Metro Atlanta and areas to the south and east of us, but we said that the tornado watch most likely would not stay in Atlanta through the 7 o'clock hour. So that did happen, that they took out Fulton, DeKalb. Many of these counties here north and east of us here are no longer in that, but it still includes areas just to the south of us in parts of Clayton County, or actually Fayette, Clayton, Henry County, Rockdale, also over to Newton County. They're now adding a few more counties here over to the east. As these storms move to the east, our National Weather Service is adding a few more of those counties. Butts County's in this, Spalding, Pike, Lamar, Spalding here I mentioned. We also have Meriwether County in that, Upson County, still in this tornado watch until 7. I do think they'll take out some of these counties on the south side before 7 o'clock, but again, we just have to watch how these storms are interacting down on the south side. The other thing that we're seeing improvements on right now is the level 2 risk is shrinking a little bit more and moving over to the east. Much of North and West Georgia no longer even in a risk area. Atlanta is no longer in the level 2 risk. We still have the level 1, but most of this level 2 risk is from Athens down toward the south, really in these areas where we are already seeing those storms that are moving through. The other thing we have to watch is the potential for flooding, and we have this flood watch that is in effect. That's going to be the main thing for the rest of the evening hours. Once we get this initial line moving through and our severe weather threat comes down, we will have still the potential for some flooding. And where you see this red right here, those are flash flood warnings that are in effect from Montgomery on up to the Georgia line because of the really heavy rain that is coming down with that storm that is prompting the severe thunderstorm warnings and even that tornado warning down to the south of us near Columbus. We have seen some good rain amounts here so far. We're going to see more rain coming through during the evening hours tonight, overnight, and starting the day tomorrow. So we're going to add on to the heavy rain that has already come down. So low-lying and flood-prone areas, you need to be aware if you have issues with water collecting in those flood-prone areas or low-lying areas or near creeks and streams where we can see that water rising, and that could cause some flash flooding in some spots. But again, not widespread flooding. We're just looking for areas of possible flooding here as the system moves on through. Take a look at this viewer video that we have from one of our 11 Alive Weather Impact Team members. This is from Marco Strickland in the Fulton County area. Heavy rain, just blowing sheets of rain. You can just see how that wind was blowing. Look at those, that rain. The trees are blowing here as well. As that, some of that heavy rain as that initial line moved into our area just a little bit earlier. And our tower cams are showing us how we still are dealing with rain at the airport. You know, we had a ground stop at the airport a little earlier today because of the rain and because of the low visibilities there, and they stopped the traffic at Hartsfield for a bit. We have seen it pick up a little bit, but still the conditions aren't great there. Visibility is okay, but not anything too bad. But things have slowed down at the airport, and there is a backup from the ground stop earlier. They're having to catch up a lot of those flights. So there are numerous flights that are delayed. You'll want to check your app with your airline and check with your airline before headed down there if you have a flight that's departing or if you're going there excuse me, to pick up anybody from the airport. I want you to be aware of that. Here's a look at Truist Park where, of course, the Braves game, if you were wanting to watch that earlier, it was postponed because of the rain that was moving in and the rain that was in the area at the Truist Park. And then this is our tower cam. I know it's hard to see. This tower cam is up in the clouds right now. You can see barely the skyline here as we have that lower visibility and all of the clouds that are moving through here in our area. The thing that we are hoping is helping us for the rest of the day hours, rest of the daytime hours and into the evening is that we have cooler air that is moving in, and that is helping to stabilize things a little bit. Earlier, we had temperatures that were in the 70s. We're now into the 60s here. This is a false report. It is not 76 in Duluth. That we need to fix that. That's a false report. We're mainly in the 60s here, the green colors that you're seeing. Thomaston, you've moved down to 64. That's a good sign as those storms over to the south are moving into your area. We're hoping that some rain-cooled air is going to kind of lower any potential threats for severe or tornadoes down in Upson County near Thomaston. Eatonton, you're still most likely in the 70s right now. So as these showers continue moving to the east, the rain cools down the atmosphere and stabilizes things a little bit. And that's why we're hoping things will become a little more stable through the rest of the later afternoon hours and into the evening hours tonight with these stronger storms that keep pushing on over to the east. Let's get back to radar, check what we've got going on right now with those warnings, and we're still holding on to that one warning there south of the city, and then keeping an eye on this coming out of Harris and Talbot County. It looks like they did, let me take the lightning off here so you can see that. All right, it looks like they did update that warning. And let me query it just to make sure to most likely take out Harris County. So it's mainly Talbot County. Well, parts of Harris still in it, but taking Muskogee out, parts of Harris County are still in it, all right? So Muskogee is taken out. Just a little sliver of Harris right here is still in it, but it's mainly Talbot County in that tornado warning. They're still saying that it's a radar indicated circulation here. No confirmation that this is an actual tornado, but we are watching this because Upson County, here's Thomaston right here. Upson County is one of the counties that we're responsible for. So if that rotation happened to hold together moving into Upson County, we would have to break into programming there. Let me look at velocity. So it's this part right here that would have that potential rotation with it there moving into these areas of Talbot County. So we'll see if this holds together. That rotation does not look as impressive now as it did a little bit earlier when this warning was first issued. So what happens a lot of times is that these would be brief spin-up tornadoes that could be happening there. But the Weather Service is keeping an eye on that. We are too. But again, this is not considered the Atlanta viewing area. That's why we're not breaking into programming here. But we're watching it closely to see if they extend that over into parts of Upson County to see if that rotation is in fact going to hold together. We really expect these storms to weaken a little bit more. In fact, the warning there that was on the south side, that expired at 4 o'clock. Let me just double check this here. That expired at the 4 o'clock, 4:15 time frame. So that warning that was down in Fayette and Henry County is no longer in effect here. So that is good signal that as this moves to the east and we're seeing this rain-cooled air that's already in place, stabilizing our atmosphere a little bit, will hopefully help these storms to weaken just a little bit more as they move over to the east. So really, the main thing we are continuing to watch right now as far as a severe weather threat. Now, even though this is not severe, I want you to know down 75 south of Atlanta, here's 75 and 675 through Henry County, through the McDonough area, that's still some heavy rain, and we still have thunder and lightning, but it's just not as strong as it was, and it goes below what we would classify as severe status here in those areas. Okay, we have a new update in from the National Weather Service about that tornado warning down in Talbot County. They are saying the area of rotation is still there. However, it has broadened out, and they're saying unless something changes in the next few scans, they're going to let that tornado warning expire and continue a severe thunderstorm warning downstream. So that is from the National Weather Service. Good news from them. Again, still some areas of rotation down to the south in Talbot County, but at this point they're seeing it broadening out, not looking as impressive, and they will let it expire when it's time to expire. And they're planning on doing a severe thunderstorm warning downstream, which would probably include Upson County, but at this point it doesn't look like it would be another tornado warning for those areas there. What happens a lot of times with the way this atmosphere is setting up out there is you get some brief spin-ups that occur, and these brief spin-ups do spin up. They may cause funnel clouds, they may have a touchdown, they may cause damage, but they're not long track tornadoes that stay on the ground for a long time, that travel a long way. Now, so we're watching this closely, this on the south side. For you folks in Upson, Thomaston County, I want you to be aware this is moving into your area, and know that at any point we could see some rotation developing here out of that. But for the most part, everything else that we're seeing to the north is a little weaker. Well, I don't want to say weaker, but just not as strong as it was earlier. The good news is we have no additional severe thunderstorm warnings here on the south side. This has shown signs of weakening. The one warning we had left on the south side has expired and is no longer in effect, and so far they haven't issued a new one. Where we do expect a new severe thunderstorm warning to be down here in parts of Talbot County, maybe into parts of Taylor County, Upson County. I don't think it would extend into Pike and Lamar, but we'll keep an eye on that, as we do have the heavy rain and thunder and lightning in those areas there. I'm going to put the lightning tracker back on and put this into live mode, and I want to just do a query on this from back into Alabama down toward Columbus and over toward Athens. 319 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Earlier, that was in the 400s. Now we're at 319. That is another good signal that we watch. If you see the lightning count coming down, it means that we're seeing some weakening trends with these storms. So most of that is from this right here, where we have that strong storm that had the rotation with it earlier. And that's what's about to move into Thomaston. In fact, I want to do a lightning count just on that part right here. Let me clear this out. Set this up to do a count on just that, from LaGrange to Columbus to Thomaston, 288. So we showed you a moment ago, over the whole area, it was just over 300. Now we just are concentrating just on this, and just that is 288. So this a bit of lightning, and over here, that count's not that impressive right now, but it's all this on the south side where we see most of that lightning, 288 lightning strikes there in the past 15 minutes. And we hope to see that number that should be coming down in a little while as well. So we really are hoping that the trends that we see are indicating that this system is showing signs of weakening somewhat as it moves over to the east. But even though we tell you that, I don't want you to think, okay, we're done, nothing's happening, right? No, we still have rain, we still have thunder and lightning, we still have a flood threat because of all the heavy rain that will continue moving through here. But it's just the severe weather threat now is a little bit lower with this south of the city, and with this we hope to see more weakening. We do think that they will allow this tornado watch to expire coming up here at the bottom of the hour. Let me just make sure we don't have another update here coming in from the National Weather Service. Yeah, the rotation there is not as tight as it was in Talbot County, so they're thinking they're going to let that expire. Okay, they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the southern parts of Upson County, there, Thomaston southward. They are also saying, in fact, let me go back and we'll read. Actually, I can query it right here, and I'll read you the new warning that just came in. This is for North Central Marion County, Central Upson. Okay, so that's the Thomaston part that we're talking about, Central Upson County. It's also in effect for Crawford, Talbot, and Taylor. Those counties are not in our viewing area. The only part that we're talking about for us is this little part right here. The southern part of Upson County, central and southern Upson County, goes up to Thomaston, where we have a severe thunderstorm near Geneva, or near Talbotton, that's in Talbot County, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, 60 mile per hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with this storm. Again, moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. And they are also saying tornado possible. Again, not a confirmed tornado. The rotation that we had with this earlier back in Talbot County is broadening out. It's not as strong as it was a little bit earlier. Let's go back to live mode, and I want to do a track on this as we widen out here just a little bit. And I'm going to track this part coming out of Talbot County right there. That scan just updated, and we will see this as this moves up toward the north. All right, let me change this really quick here. And ignore that time because I need to update this. All right, this as it moves up north and east. Okay, that was correct. Sorry, guys. As this goes up about 45 miles an hour. That would take it Baldwinville in the next few minutes at 4:34. Poplar Crossroads. Continuing to move up into this direction here. As it goes on up toward the north is that part right here that would clip parts of Upson County there to the south of us. This is that little part near Birdsong Crossing at 5:18. If that were to hold together, it would be at Birdsong Crossroads at the 5:18 time frame, and then 5:33 in Logtown, Roberta at 5:51. So it's mainly in those areas well down to the south coming out of Waverly Hall, and again barely clipping parts of southern Upson County. But we do believe that any circulation with that would be already diminishing. But still, there's a bunch of lightning down there and a lot of heavy rain there with those storms on the south side. Now, back to the north side. Plenty of good rain, good soaking rain here on the north side, but nothing severe. We did have a little bit of lightning. Let's put that back on there. A little bit of lightning with that, but we're not even seeing any lightning on the north side. Lightning is generally from Atlanta southward. We'll get in fact, let me just advance through this right here. You can see this lightning that is still, pretty intense there in South DeKalb County, Henry County, moving into Rockdale County, pushing down through Spalding County. Most of the lightning is with that severe storm in Talbot County, moving closer to Upson. But you can see the warnings that we had earlier there on the south side are no longer in effect here from Clayton and Fayette and Henry County here is where we had a warning. As this is moving to the east, still heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but just not as strong as it was earlier. It is below those severe limits there on the south side. And then keeping an eye on this. This is the storm coming out of Talbot, moving into Upson. Tornado possible with it. But this tornado warning in Talbot County is about to expire here, and then we have to keep an eye on the southern parts of Upson County for that potential for some of those storms to hold together, with wind and rain being the main threats there on the south side. And I do think that that will continue weakening a good bit. But there's the leading edge from the Rock to Barnesville, moving over closer. This is Monroe County here at Forsyth, Georgia. We've got Butts County right here. You can see these storms coming from Griffin and Spalding County, moving into Butts. Southern Henry County, Locust Grove, seeing some of those heavier showers move in. There again, you see on the north side, greens, yellows, and oranges, light and a good persistent moderate rain in those areas, but not as heavy as it was. And we're not even seeing much lightning there either. But on the south side, that's where most of the action is right now, and some of those stronger storms that are pushing through. And here in Atlanta, we have good rain coming down now. Excuse me, back into Alabama, some breaks in the rain at times, but we're just going to keep seeing a lot of this feeding in here. Even though there's some breaks in Alabama, a few more breaks in North Alabama and Mississippi, a lot of this from South Alabama, from Montgomery, is going to keep feeding our way, and we're going to have these showers with us during the evening hours tonight, overnight, and even some lingering showers for part of the day tomorrow, as everything is slowly going to be moving to the east. I think North and West Georgia will dry out a little bit faster. The metro area will hold on to some showers early tomorrow and then get on off to the east of us and then move away. Here's what is left of the tornado watch. Metro Atlanta has been taken out of the watch. We still have these counties on the south side. A few more counties to the east have been added into this. Putnam County, you're in the watch now. Going down toward Bibb County and Macon, near Perry, Upson, you're still in that tornado watch. It is supposed to be in effect until 7 o'clock. But I don't think all of the counties will stay in that watch until 7. I think some of them, especially closer here to the metro area, will be taken out of the watch early too. Also, the Storm Prediction Center pushing the level 2 risk more to the east of us and taking more of that level 2 risk. In fact, Atlanta's not even in the level 2 risk anymore, but it is just to the south, parts of DeKalb, Gwinnett. So I do think they'll be taking more of that out in a little while too. Because we'll see that system kind of weakening as it goes to the east. But it is the flood threat that we continue to watch here to the really all of us here, North Georgia, Metro Atlanta. As additional rain keeps feeding in, we have already had impressive rainfall amounts here in the metro area today, but more rain is going to be coming in. So we have to watch those low-lying areas, any flood-prone areas, places near creeks and streams where any water could rise that could cause some flooding. We have to keep an eye on that. We're holding on to this weather impact alert until things get a little quieter later on tonight. The main threat, still heavy rain, some possible wind with that. Stay alert, watch those flood-prone areas for any rising water. And again, here is that video that we have from Marco Strick in the Atlanta, Fulton County area, that very heavy rain that came down a little bit earlier today. Here's a look at Hartsfield-Jackson. Ground stop earlier. Some flights are taking off, but there are a lot of delays still at Hartsfield-Jackson. This is our view looking over Truist. Still some heavy rain coming down. Great decision to postpone that game for today. And our view from Arizona Avenue looking toward the city. Visibility trying to improve a little bit. And we're watching the warmer air, the more unstable air, shift over to the east. Rain-cooled air now behind, starting to stabilize things a little bit as Temperatures cool off, that makes the air a little more stable, and that's why we think those storms will start to calm down a little bit more. Still, spotty showers through the evening hours tonight. Thunder and lightning is still possible, but we really aren't overly concerned about a big-time severe weather threat tonight, even though we're going to hold on to some of this rain moving through. I'm going to take you quickly through the forecast track here, and you can see those areas that we're watching on the south side, seeing a new special statement coming in for those counties down to the south of us, but no new warnings coming in. Here's that moisture continuing to feed on off to the east of us, hanging out with us this evening, kind of lightening up a little bit, but then getting heavier again at times, but not concerned about any of that turning severe. Tomorrow morning, still showers, fewer showers to the north, some showers from Atlanta to the east, holding on to some of that Atlanta to the east side before everything starts tapering off a little bit later on in the day. All right, we just got to 4:30. We're going to take a break from this live feed right now, this live stream, and we'll take you back to our rotating maps that you can watch to keep an eye on any of those additional storms on the south side. Danielle and I are monitoring these showers here on the south side. Let me take a quick look at them one more time before we go back to go back to the maps. The tornado warning on the south side did expire. Well, it should be expiring soon here on the south side. Let me see when that is going to expire. It should be any time now. In fact, I'm surprised it's still holding together. It's still going to be in effect for Harris and Talbot until 4:45, but the National Weather Service did not or has not extended that into Upson County. In Upson, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning where Danielle and I will keep an eye on that to see if any rotation really starts to come back with it. And if so, we'll come back in, continue our stream, and we'll break into programming on 11 Alive as well. In fact, let me look at the velocity with that. Look under the lightning just to see. Yeah, hopefully everything is looking okay in Upson County, as we just still have that severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect until 5 o'clock. So we'll take you back to the maps here, and we will have additional streams if necessary, and then of course we'll have our live newscast at 6 o'clock tonight here on 11 Alive Plus and 11 Alive News.
Bye.